I woke up to silence, but the war had begun. They froze my account, said I'd done something wrong. Wasn't no crime, just living free. Now the system got a chain on me. They took my savings, my future, my land, with a single code line and a government hand. Said it was safety, said it was green, but all I see is tyranny behind the screen. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, reality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. I believed in the promise, the man with a plan, but the same old swamp just changed its brand. He banned the front door, opened the back, signed the bills that launched the final attack. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, reality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. Your gold, your guns, your voice, your name, they'll digitize it all, then shift the blame. Palantir eyes and AI chains, freedom dying slow in patriotic flames. This ain't about safety, it's control in disguise. With your ID, your face, your tears, your time, they wrapped it in stars, sold it with pride. But freedom's bleeding out from the inside. DEFCON 1, and they call it peace, but I still got breath. I still believe we can break the code, escape the scheme, turn this nightmare back into a dream.
They sold you freedom.
assets and you pray. Digital gold, that what Epstein's money made you say. 850K to MIT, Joey Joe hit the name. Called him Baltimore than emails, but he cashed the check the same. 500K to block stream from a fund that he ran. Same divs who killed Peter, all according to plan. Block size wars 2015, they crippled your chain on purpose. Transaction slow, feast through the roof, but you still at the surface. Screaming hold up like religion, laser eyes on your pick. Your whole protocol was purchased and you fell for the trick. Hijack. They had you people when they hijacked the block. If the know the damn label wanna never put it stop. Hijack, not your bills, not your chain. You got paid, digital gold, April Taylor, pedophiles, money made. Brock Pierce, Little St. James, mine ship 2011, 1800 references in the files. Read them. Chairman of the foundation when the crater right on cue. When my T stepped in with Jeffries, cash to fund the dev crew. Co-founded Tether, brokered Coinbase, 3 mil from Jeff the Reg. Sat with Larry Summers at the mansion. Who's next? Tether printed out of air pump 50% of the run. University of Texas proved that 2017 was done. CFTC 541 mil back 27%. Now Lutnick's corner holds 130 bill. Where it went? Planned a family trip to the island, lurched in cheering pages. Bohans pushed the genius, sacked and flip, turned the pages. Quit the White House, CEO of USA next week. Your freedom money's owned by Epstein's network, ain't that sweet? Hijack. They hijack that Bitcoin, they hijack the block. Epstein money dead, payroll, they ain't never gonna stop. Hijack, not your devs, not your chain. You got played, digital gold, a fairy tale, a pedophiles, money made. Hijack. 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 Receipts are public. Files are proof.
Your freedom money was bought.
Woke up this morning, phone already in my hand, scrolling through the feed before my feet hit the land. Sign away my data, never read a single word. Gave them all my hours, every word. Something stirring in the cities and the town. Sleepers are awakening, the program's breaking down. We're taking back our time, we're taking back our minds. We're building something new while their system falls behind. They said we own nothing and learn to love the cage, but we're writing different chapters on a sovereign page. Money isn't money, it's a chain around our wrists. Programmable permission slips they give us to exist. But parallel economies are rising from the ground. When the old world starts to crumble, that's when we'll be found. The architects of capture never saw us coming through. A million little exits, and we're building something new. We're taking back our time, we're taking back our minds. We're building something new while their system falls behind. They said we own nothing and learn to love the cage, but we're writing different chapters on a sovereign page. They own the screens but not our eyes. They own the feed but not the skies. They build a world of ones and zeros, but we're flesh and blood and sovereign heroes. We're taking back our time, we're taking back our minds. We're building something new while their system falls behind. and learn to love the cage. But every line they wrote, we're turning the page. Turning the page. Turning the page. Surround page. Surround page. The bankers wrote their letters in shadows cold and deep, a promise forged of iron chains to bind us in our sleep. They called it just a progress, a digital decree, but freedom has no barcode and souls are not for leave. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. Halls to Davos, the tyrants stake their claim. They preach of safety, justice, but hunger for the chain. They hide behind the slogans, they whisper trust the plan, but every law they're passing just enslaves the common man. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. The merchants and the dreamers, the rebels and the wise, take refuge in the ledgers where the watchful state can pry. In Xano's cloak of shadows, in Monero's quiet streams, they guard the ancient promise of liberty's old dream. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. So raise your hands in firelight, let tyrants hear the sound. The people's last defiance is the truth that won't back down. It's more than just survival, it's more than just a stand. It's freedom's final chorus sung across this burning land. free or die, but death's not the worst. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and pills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bill. Quiet desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. They hand you a ballot like it means something real. Two wings of one bird, same deal, same steel. We say no, no to the change, no to the dollar running through our veins, no to the white coats, no to the lies. This is the day that we rise. It's hers right here, it's hers right now. Your rights are yours, you take them back, not giving out. Not from the left, not from the right. They were always yours, now step into the light. The daylight breaks, a new day comes. We take it back, every last one. Live free or die, we fan the flame. Nothing will ever be the same. Fan the flame.
All right, welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. Just let me get this configured properly here. Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is season 3, episode 8. It's been a while since I've been back with the full production setup. As you probably know, or may not know, if this is your first time listening, I've been traveling the last 3 weeks and was in Mexico in Puerto Vallarta during the exciting Cartel situation. And so I was doing podcasts from Mexico. I did one last week with Ray Youssef. 1 week I actually hosted a couple of episodes of the Shannon Joy Show, but we haven't done a kind of a typical format podcast in about a month. And so it was actually somewhat complicated for me to relearn the setup and how all of this stuff works. It was actually kind of a frustrating day putting this stuff together. But in any event, very glad to be back. Very important topic tonight, which is the title of this is Your Money, Your Data, Your Blood, All Stolen. But in essence, I'm going to lay out why I'm running for U.S. Senate from New Hampshire tonight. And this has been building. Certainly, I announced that I was exploring it, but now it's time to actually move forward. And I think it's been the culmination of a few things brewing over the last few weeks, topped off by this latest beginning of what I think is probably World War III, but also the continued war on crypto. And as I mentioned, I hope you caught the episode last week. We didn't have time to do graphics or anything, or I didn't have my setup for this, but we were the first interview for Ray Youssef. And Ray Youssef was actually the 6th ever guest on the Aaron Day Show. And I've spent time with Ray. We've been at a couple of events together, Moneratopia, so on and so forth, and a big fan of the work that he has been doing at No One's, which has been basically creating a peer-to-peer marketplace for the global South. And essentially what happened was we were both at Moneratopia, and in fact, he was supposed to speak right before me. the schedule shifted, so he ended up being the first speaker of the day. And what I was told and what he mentioned is he finished up his speech, and then 5 feds approached him with badges, and they basically deported him from Mexico. He actually got deported from Mexico, which is a new one, to the United States, and was indicted. And now he's facing very much the same charges that Ian Freeman is in prison for. So a lot of this, they'll call it money laundering, but essentially operating without a money transmitter license. And so therefore, as a result of that, he's guilty of any of the crimes that anybody who used his exchange called Paxful, which was a US-based exchange, he's on the hook for all of that. So we've unfortunately had to add yet another prisoner to the crypto POW list. So we'll talk about that tonight. This is, if you've followed the show, this has been a big theme. It wasn't supposed to be a big theme. I started out warning people about CBDCs, warning people about Biden's executive order, and then this has actually probably turned it half the time into a show where we're promoting awareness around people who were recently incarcerated, recently arrested, bringing on lawyers, bringing on various people to promote these cases, which is a direct extension of the work that I've been doing, and what I was hoping never wouldn't happen, and that I was hoping to potentially be able to warn people, but warning people wouldn't really do anything about it because kind of the fix was in anyway. But Trump won, and the war on crypto was supposed to be over. And as you will see tonight, it's actually rapidly expanded. It's much worse now than it was under Biden. The only thing is, a lot of people don't know what's going on, and they're believing the propaganda and actually reading any of the bills. So we'll get into all of that soon. The episodes before that, we did one on, and this has been very popular, the whole Epstein involvement with the hijacking of Bitcoin. And I want to appreciate everyone who has reached out to other podcasts and other venues where you thought this would be a good story. I'm doing podcasts, literally half the day at this point. I've been on with James Corbett, again, the Shannon Joy Show a couple of times. I've done just a long list of podcasts with more along the way. I'm going to be doing an interview tomorrow with Brett Weinstein. I have Alex Newman coming up next week. And so, the podcasts keep getting bigger. I know the interview I did with Corbett, had 200,000 views, just my reposting it on my channel. That's not including all of James's channels. And so this has actually been huge. And, I've been talking about this for 3.5 years, Epstein's involvement with CBDCs. And then, I assumed his involvement, with the Bitcoin Foundation and everything else. But essentially the Epstein files are the gift that keep on giving, because they just prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, not only his involvement with Bitcoin, but the more that we're digging into this, other crypto projects, even going all the way back to 2009, there are emails where he's talking about meeting with the PayPal guys to work on a new currency that is not PayPal. So, who knows what all of that is about and where that led. But he had his fingers in all of the pies, and, seemed to have Larry Summers referred to him as the money guy. So this story keeps getting out there. And largely based on my Brownstone article. So a lot of the travel that I've been doing, I've been giving talks on this. So I was at Moneratopia, where Ray was essentially arrested, and I gave my talk. And the basic basis of the talk is essentially the creature from Epstein's Island. And in fact, I'm very seriously considering writing a book with that title based on all of the research that I've done and that others have done, but putting that all together. And to me, it's kind of, the idea would be a hybrid between the creature from Jekyll Island and, The Big Short, because, some of the articles that I write are very detailed, and they go into some of the technical or legal aspects of legislation or whatever's going on or technocracy. But I think that when you actually look at the characters that are involved and the narrative and the story about what happened, and it's not just with Bitcoin, it is the whole intersection of what happened to Bitcoin and then the emergence of stablecoins and then CBDC projects, and then now how that fast forward moves into what we're dealing with today with the Genius Act and the Clarity Act. And I think that, there's a way to tell that story that's really compelling. It's kind of like The Big Short. And, in that movie, they use some interesting techniques and ways to describe some of the, technical things that are going on in a way that was more easily accessible and entertaining. And I think this is an important story that would be effectively told in that way. And these are very, I'd call them colorful, but I don't want to be too complimentary of them. I don't know what the right adjective would be for Jeffrey Epstein and Brock Pierce and Howard Lutnick. But I think this whole situation can be explained in a way that people will understand. And when they do understand, they will come to appreciate the gravity of the situation that we're dealing with right now with digital programmable currencies and digital programmable assets. And so that was essentially my talk at Moneratopia, and then we had Anarchapulco, which was a great event. I loved Puerto Vallarta. It was a very beautiful resort, so on and so forth. It was great until the last day with the situation with, the cartel explosions and everything else. I think I might have mentioned this last week, but I'll just give the quick summary view of it. Is, we woke up in the morning, we were heading to breakfast, and there were these three plumes of smoke outside. And we went to ask the maids and the people that worked at the hotel what was going on, and literally no one would answer us. They didn't just say they didn't know. They were kind of like ignoring us in a way, not even responding at all, almost as if they'd been given a directive that says, hey, don't tell people what's going on. We don't want them to panic or whatever. And I looked at it and I'm like, well, it looks like maybe a building is on fire. It never occurred to me that, it could be retaliation due to the assassination of the head of the cartel or anything. So we went to breakfast, and, the smoke actually started to, become bothersome from where we were. We were eating outside, and then we got a cabana, and then I'm sitting there on the iPad in the cabana, and I see Dan Dix, who's an investigative journalist who happened to be part of the Anarchapulco program. And he's like, hey, there's all this cartel activity. And, he's showing images of cars on fire in the road and all these roadblocks and everything else. And so, we went inside and started to kind of track down what was going on. But what was interesting is, there was no information when we searched the news for this. I went to Google, and I even went to AI, and I'm like, hey, what's going on here, to try to find out what was going on with the smoke and everything else. There was no official information. There was no memo released by the hotel. So, we had no idea what was going on. This is truly an example of where, investigative journalism, where it's people that you actually personally know, seems to be about the only way to get actual valid advice at this point. And so it was scary for about 5 hours. There were these things online where the cartels, if their demands aren't met by 5 o'clock, they're going to go into homes and hotels and start, killing people and everything else. I don't even know if that was actually true. And then that all died down. And so I don't really know what actually happened or what the real, I think we don't know the true story. What was interesting about it is that there was no police involvement. There were no sirens for the entire day. So this retribution took place, and there wasn't any law enforcement involved. It's almost like it was allowed to happen for like 8 hours, which, if you were going to do this big operation to take out the head of a cartel, surely you would anticipate that, something that there would be a response, right? This would be a kind of a standard thing. So we still don't know what happened. The U.S. government was not helpful at all. All they said was, have a, stay in shelter in place kind of mode of memo. And so the thing is, the timing on this was like peak spring break. And this is a major spring break destination. So the fact that there was no response, it was just, the whole thing felt weird. But we ended up just hanging out, and we couldn't fly back into Boston anyway because there was 3 feet of snow. So it worked out great. And once the scary part passed, and the people at the hotel were phenomenal. There was this post that went viral of this guy claiming that, I'm a Marriott Bonvoy and they wouldn't let me do a late checkout or whatever. And people were kind of roasting him. Well, we were at that same resort. And I will say that the people that worked there actually stayed in the hotel. And I actually got some information. I interviewed with Ernie Hancock yesterday, and he said that, apparently there were, the hotel staff, the women were sleeping, 3 or 4 women to a room. And you had, because they couldn't get back to their families. And so they kept the whole thing running the whole time. So, I mean, it was, I can't say enough good things about them. And, if it weren't for the cartel thing, I'd potentially go back depending upon, the circumstances, because generally speaking, again, it's a safe place. So that's what happened there. And so coming up, as far as events, I was supposed to be in Portugal at the Parallel Society conference this week, but honestly, after losing yet another week, I'm like way behind. I mean, I was struggling just to get the podcast put together, and I've got articles and a whole bunch of and all of these projects and websites and everything, plus now running for U.S. Senate. So we decided we needed to kind of stay back. So the next event that we have is, and hopefully, nothing else happens between here and there, is the Libertarian National Convention, May the 21st through the 25th. And on that, I will say I'm running, it looks like, as it stands now, as an independent, not a libertarian. But nevertheless, I'm going to be participating in this conference. They have a crypto area. There's a crypto corner as part of the thing. So I'm going to go there and talk about the Daylight ecosystem and privacy coins. But there's some other interesting things happening, and we'll probably do a dedicated episode on this. And maybe if he's around, Dan O'Neill might pop in tonight. But we're going to do another Enemies of the State event like we did in 2004. And you may recall, in 2004, we were trying to raise awareness for Ross Ulbricht, Ian Freeman, Roger Ver, Julian Assange, and Edward Snowden. And this was at the Libertarian National Convention. In fact, it was the night before Trump came out and announced that he was going to commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence, which, of course, he then later turned into a full pardon. And so it was a great event. And unfortunately, it's even more needed now. We're going to have a much larger, I don't even know what the full list, if we've even solidified the whole list, but I think they're probably going to be like 10, if there were 5 enemies of the state last time, and there may be 10 or a dozen this time. So while I'm grateful that Ross was pardoned, the overall situation is bleak, and it's not even just crypto. I mean, Julian Assange still hasn't been pardoned. Edward Snowden still hasn't been pardoned. There are other whistleblowers. There are actually categories as we're going through and looking at this. And so I'm going to encourage you to attend that event. It's probably going to be the best part of the whole convention. And there's a great teamwork. The whole team that worked on it last time is working on it again. They're spending a lot of time working on the layout, the vibe of the venue, making sure that there's the best audio and that there's a good vibe for people to be able to actually interact and talk and so forth. And so I think this is a great event. And maybe even, Ray might even be there. I'm chatting with him about that as well. So more details to follow. And I know there's some other events going on, and I'm not going to state what they are today because I don't have permission from the person that's running those or any specific dates, but there are going to be a lot of other events that are going on along with the convention that I think are very exciting and that promote very important causes. And so just consider putting this on your radar. It is in Grand Rapids, Michigan, which, I don't know what to say about Grand Rapids other than it's better than DC. Which is where the conference was last time. So, I mean, I can say that it looks like the venue is, it's a great venue, and it's certainly less expensive. The rooms are less expensive. So this might be a great opportunity for people to hang out. You don't have to be part of the Libertarian Party to attend this. I'm not going to any of the, whatever it is that they do with these libertarian things, sit around and argue about bylaws or whatever for 6 hours a day or whatever. I'm not doing any of that. I'm going just for the crypto stuff, to hang out with cool pro-liberty people, and then these other events. And so stay tuned for more on that. And I'm sure there's a lot that I've forgotten about. So much has happened in the last 3 or 4 weeks that, it's mind-boggling. People, for the last 3.5 years, I dropped everything that I was doing to warn people about first CBDCs. And then as I learned more about CBDCs, I learned that CBDCs were a function of technocracy. And it's been very difficult to get people to understand or focus on this. And in part because you don't really want to believe it. I think a lot of people are still in the category of, hey, government is just incompetent and maybe we can go in and vote and fix it, so on and so forth. Although I think maybe the Epstein files may be the biggest, development and the biggest catalyst that we could ever have, because if you go through and research them, depending on whatever your area and topic is, I mean, what you're able to learn from these Epstein files is how the world actually works. I mean, they always say follow the money, but usually you can't follow the money because the money is in offshore accounts, offshore trusts. People are working through multiple other organizations in different countries. And so you never know whose money is where, and you usually have no capacity to see any of that. The Epstein files actually give us specific information on this. Like, we know Epstein invested in Coinbase through this vehicle, through Brock Pierce, because there's an email. And so as people are starting to put all of this together, what it's showing is that the political system and the world doesn't work from the bottom up. There is no grassroots aspect to this. It really is a shadowy group of people that are pulling the strings behind the scenes, and everything else is theater. Politics is absolutely theater. And so I hope more people learn that, because once you realize that, there's a small number of bad actors that are kind of pulling the strings, it's not as daunting. It's not the universe and the world isn't split 50-50 on any issue. It's like 500 or 1,000 people versus 8 billion people. It just so happens that those 1,000 people have controlled the election process, they've controlled money, they have controlled the media and so forth. And so they've been able to manufacture that there's a 50-50 division, and that's worked to their advantage. So all along, what I've been saying now for a couple of years, as I've learned more about technocracy and then done these technocracy roundtables with Patrick Wood and Courtney Turner and others, is that the real battle that we have right now is it's freedom versus technocracy. It isn't Republicans versus Democrats. It isn't U.S. versus China or U.S. versus Iran or any, Ukraine versus Russia. All of that those are all surface level activities. What's really going on here is that we're fighting. It's freedom versus technocracy, and free will is what's at stake. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have heard me talk about this before, so I'm gonna cut through some of this a little bit more quickly. But technocracy is a political ideology. It is not, as some people mistake it, it's not the application of technology to solve a problem. There is technology involved with technocracy, but technocracy is a political ideology. And the political ideology is nothing like what we think we have, whether we have it or not. Anyway, it's not there are no rights, there's no constitution, there are no property rights, there are no individual rights. The idea behind the system is we are too stupid to make decisions for ourselves. Scientists and engineers are the only people that can effectively solve problems. And elites put them into a position to make decisions for everyone. And the biggest element of technocracy is that the price system that we have for the economy, based on supply and demand, is replaced with an energy credit based system. And this whole idea of technocracy, I mean, the idea started even before that, but there was a formal organization called Technocracy Inc., and it started in the early 1930s. And you can see pictures here. They would actually wear gray suits. They had technocracy gray as a color. GM would actually paint cars that specific shade of gray. And, and it really turned into a whole movement. They had a little bit of infighting, but then it was picked back up again in 1973 with the Trilateral Commission with David Rockefeller and Brzezinski. And that became the basis for what we now know as the UN Agenda 2030 or the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So it's critical for everyone to understand that what we're dealing with here, this is an actual political ideology. It's been in development for almost 100 years, and it's really only now through a combination of infiltration of governments, basically at the high level, which is what the Trilateral Commission is all about. It's about placing people at senior levels in government in multiple countries, in the US and Europe and in Asia, both at the highest level and then at cabinet positions as well. And over 50 years of doing that, what's happened is they've managed to put in place trade agreements and other things that have eroded national sovereignty, but that have paved the way for technocracy. So getting the legal stuff out of the way, now they have digital currencies. Now there's AI surveillance. Now there's the ability to implement social credit systems. So we're in the late stages of this. And one of the things that I've been saying since the election is that this last election, people claim that, whatever it was about, it's now baffling to me when you look at what Trump has done. And I definitely see it on my feed. People are not buying it anymore. There's at some point you've got to look at it. It's like, all right, the guy's kind of reversed course on everything that he said he was going to do. There's no kind of the benefit of the doubt phase of this is over. But essentially, I warned people from the beginning that the election was really ended up being technocracy with resistance versus technocracy without resistance. So before the election, people were concerned about Klaus Schwab and UN Agenda 2030 and Bill Gates and everything else. And so when Trump won, people thought all of that is gone. The globalists lost. Even I saw yesterday, I don't try to watch his show anymore, but I saw a clip where even Alex Jones is now like, yeah, I can't really support Trump anymore. And but you look at what has actually happened is Trump, and it's not Trump who's done it. It's the PayPal mafia and the people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and others that have kind of weaseled their way into his administration have basically pushed the Klaus Schwab agenda, but without resistance. Nobody fought the technocracy, whereas they were before the election when it was the other side. And this technocracy is not well understood at all. In fact, libertarians are there's a whole section of libertarians that are completely snowed over by this. So you see on the right here, you've all know Harari, who people would share memes about, who would say things like the era of free will is over, and we need to create a new religion, and so on and so forth. And people were outraged by this. But then comes this guy, Curtis Yarvin, and everybody, a lot of libertarians or right libertarians, like, oh wow, this guy's based, because he comes out and he says a whole bunch of stuff. He's like, well, we're going to implement RAGE, which is retirement all government employees, and starts pushing this thing that there are genetic differences in intelligence, and starts pushing some of these other ideas. And we need to segregate people in society. And there needs to be a backlog. We need to own the libs, and we need to take control of media and education and all these other areas, the citadel, as he calls them. And I don't disagree with a lot of, I disagree with some of what he said on its face, but like the idea of retire all government employees certainly sounds great. I believe that the maximum role of government should be life, liberty, and protection of property and so forth. But the problem is that what he's proposing is retire the employees, but not actually reduce the role of government. So he's actually pushing technocracy, which is the same thing that you've all know Harari is. So as an example, people bought DOGE, and I got in a lot of flack early on. I said, this is not about saving money. This is about implementing technocracy, because Elon Musk is a technocrat. His grandfather was the head of the Technocrat Party. Musk still writes on an ongoing basis about universal basic income, energy credits. Mars will be a technocracy. There's like, I've done several podcasts where it's like, here is Elon Musk. These are his tweets. These are his videos. And so I said, he's not coming in to try to cut costs. I mean, that might be a part of that might happen, at least in the short term. But what he's trying to do is bring AI and put in technocratic control into government. And that's exactly what he did. And that is all that DOGE did. Note, do you remember how absurd? Think about the things people believed a year ago. People thought DOGE was going to come in and save $2 trillion. People thought that we were going to balance the budget. People thought that we were going to never need to increase the debt ceiling again. They thought we were going to audit Fort Knox. They thought we were going to audit the Federal Reserve. DOGE, remember, at some point, people were talking about Ron Paul being involved. There was all of this stuff that people talked about. We were going to end all of the wars and everything else. Literally, none of it happened. Zero. But what I'm saying is this wasn't that these guys fought the deep state and lost. I believe this is the plan all along. What DOGE did do was connect Palantir to federal government databases. And so there are a bunch of libertarians who are like, oh, yeah, this is going to make government more efficient. They don't understand that technocracy is an ideology, not the application of technology to make government smaller and more efficient. They're completely missing that. Curtis Yarvin is actually promoting technocracy, which is the opposite of freedom. Because in the end, if you have a system where scientists and engineers make decisions for people, controlled by digital currency, surveilled by AI, you've lost free will because you don't get to make any decisions in your life. That is what UN Agenda 2030 is. 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Here's how we're going to regulate the land, the air, the sea. This is where the pronoun stuff comes from. 15-minute cities, all of that. And so some of these libertarians have convinced themselves, well, it's a meritocracy and we should have the smartest people doing this. And I will tell you that there is no merit to somebody else being able to usurp your free will. And that has somehow gotten lost. And I'm not saying it's all libertarians. It's definitely not all libertarians. But there's a whole sect of this that thinks that they're going to reform society based on this and that somehow they're meritorious. And what I will say is people like Yarvin and Yuval Noah Harari have profound emotional problems. And so these are people that actually hate humanity and hate themselves. And so they're actually trying to then lash out against other people and control people. And they're using technology and then dressing it up as meritocracy. But it is anti-free will. It is about as anti-actual liberty as you can get. So along with this, so now here we are. Trump is in and people are talking about, well, we saved the world, we stopped globalism and all this other stuff. Well, we still have 98% of the world global GDP through 134 different countries working on CBDCs. They've accelerated that. Digital IDs, 3.6 billion people globally have digital IDs. There is a massive concerted global effort to get everybody on digital IDs by 2027, including in the United States. So this is important for people to understand here, because I see a lot of people pointing fingers at, oh, look at the UK, look at all these other countries that are doing this. But we have digital ID here. Real ID, which it took 20 years to actually get real ID through it. There was a bill that started in 2005 and states pushed back and everybody pushed back. And it wasn't until like the first 120 days of the Trump administration where Kristi Noem eventually implemented it. And so now we have a digital ID in 15 states. And the plan is for it to be digital in all 50 states by 2027. And today, if you don't have a digital ID, a real ID, you have to pay $45, each way for an airline ticket. Now, you can still use a passport for now, but the point is, this is something that people resisted for 20 years. This is something that Republicans resisted for 20 years. And then all of a sudden, Trump gets in, and it gets implemented in 120 days, and there's been zero backlash. This is why I say technocracy without resistance. This is actually frightening. Then, on the AI surveillance front, this is another area that has popped up. And by the way, I think this Iran thing and everything else, I'll give you my theory on what's going on with this, but and why I think clarity is kind of their final piece to push out technocracy. But one of the first press conferences Trump had was announcing a $500 billion deal with Larry Ellison from Oracle and OpenAI and SoftBank and others to do this Operation Stargate. Well, if you dig into what that is, it's a AI surveillance system. And they claim that it's about protecting our national interests from an AI national security perspective. But this is absurd. Oracle provides AI surveillance to China. Oracle is a global company. SoftBank, who's one of the large investors in this, is a Japanese company. OpenAI works globally. The idea that what they're doing is they're selling technocracy, because the technocracy is being driven by these large corporations, and they're marketing it as being patriotic. There's nothing patriotic at all. But this is literally the first announcement that Trump made, and this includes, by the way, collecting a whole bunch of information from hospitals. Like Palantir is part of this as well, and they are interconnected with hospitals, and they're interconnected with DHS information, and now through DOGE to these other federal databases. Palantir runs the entire database for the NHS. All of the citizens of the UK are going to have their health data in a Palantir database. So this is part of what's going on here, which, by the way, is completely the opposite of medical freedom, which I'm not going to go into the details on this. You can watch other podcasts that I did, or I'll talk about it more later. So I'm looking at now talking about running for U.S. Senate in New Hampshire. And as I said, this is not a normal, most politicians are like, here's a 30-second soundbite, here's all this other stuff. There's nothing about this campaign that is going to be normal. And I know how to do normal campaigns. I've run super PACs. I've run organizations that recruited candidates. I've been a candidate, and none of it works. And we're not going to vote our way out. So I'm not going to dumb anything down or try to play within the boundaries of, here's a 30-second soundbite, here are a bunch of mailers, here are a bunch of yard signs, here I'm going to do some polling to find out what you're interested in, and then I'm going to lie to you and tell you I'm going to do it. And if I can get enough people to do that, then I can get elected, and then I can, do whatever my agenda is, or whatever the people that are funding my campaign. I don't care about any of that. In fact, the last thing I ever wanted to be was a candidate. I was the behind the scenes guy running the organizations and building the infrastructure and trying to recruit people. I'll explain how I even got to be a candidate at all as part of this conversation. But I moved to New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project in 2009. And one of the things that I learned, and I already had some experience with this because my stepmother was heavily involved in politics. She was the co-chair of the RNC, so she was the second highest ranked person in the Republican Party. She actually was Trump's ambassador to Costa Rica, and I saw her work her way through the political machine for like 30 years. So I got to see kind of up close what was going on. And so what I already knew getting into politics is that this stuff does not work from grassroots, from the bottom up. And this is a big misconception that people have in the Free State Project. And a lot of the people in the Free State Project, they have great intentions, but a lot of the people that started out getting involved in politics had a theory about how things work. And that just became the way people do things. It's like, well, we're just going to deal with the state stuff. We're going to ignore Washington, D.C., because, screw Washington, D.C. essentially became kind of the mantra. And it's like, we're just going to work on stuff at the state level. Well, it turns out that the federal government has a massive amount of sway and leverage through financial ties, and that most of those financial ties, deals, and relationships have been brokered through two political families in the state, the Shaheen family on the Democrat side and the Sununu family on the right. And so there are a lot of big decisions made on major pieces of legislation at the state level that are directed by these people who are trying to further their own federal political careers. And so if you sit there and you think, well, I'm just going to work my way up, and as I'll show you, that actually doesn't work, and it hasn't worked in New Hampshire. I'm not saying there aren't a lot of good things that have happened, but the way that I would frame what's going on in New Hampshire is we are the freest plantation in the slave colony. So, this will probably make some people pretty angry, but generally speaking, I'll accept the idea that New Hampshire generally ranks first in the nation for freedom. However, when I say, when I say the freest plantation in the slave colony, let me tell you what I mean. And I've done several podcasts on this. America is not the freest country in the world, objectively. And usually when I say this, somebody's like, well, if you don't like it here, leave or go to Somalia or whatever. This is ridiculous. My background is as a serial entrepreneur. I started my first company when I was 19. The one thing that you have to do in business or in life in general is you have to confront reality and look at the facts of what is going on. And if you avoid problems, you're going to fail. And so simply sitting there and saying, well, we're the freest country in the world, so on and so forth, is actually propaganda. And it's completely false. It's objectively false. I've played on numerous podcasts this segment from the TV show called Newsroom with Jeff Daniels, which he did in 2012. And, he was asked, his character was asked, why is America the greatest nation on earth? And he says it's not. And he lists off all of these statistics about U.S. rankings relative to other countries. Well, I actually found that clip to be very interesting. And so I wanted to run an update on, well, how is the country fared since he went and did this viral clip in 2012? And we've gotten worse on almost every metric. And the thing is, we are so propagandized that most Americans don't even realize this. So when I say some of these things, people actually, they resist the information, but it's objectively true. We rank 10th, dead last in terms of wealthy nations, in terms of healthcare outcomes, dead last. We rank 38th globally. I mean, people will tell you, politicians will tell you we have the best healthcare in the world. There is absolutely no objective data to support any of that. We rank 57th in press freedom. So people are like, well, we have the First Amendment. Isn't this great? We rank 57th. You should, again, research these yourself. See who's ahead of us on these lists. It will blow your mind. Math education, 26th. Happiness, 24th. Life expectancy, 30th. And then I think, a whole episode on this. When it comes to technology, we lag China. China is ahead of us in 57 out of 64 technology categories. And I will argue probably within the next 90 days, that'll go to 58. I think China will overtake the US in AI within the next 6 months. Most people have no idea. Most people have this concept of China being a backwater country. Go to YouTube. And, this isn't just some, random report. Actually go to YouTube, type China robotics, China electric cars, China quantum computing, so on and so forth. I mean, this is in YouTube, which is itself censored, right? It's not like you're going to a Chinese social media site to look at their propaganda. We are definitively, we've lost. And just 10 years ago, 20 years ago, these numbers were completely reversed. We were ahead in all of these categories. So while we've been sleeping, the rest of the world has passed us by, and we don't know that. We don't recognize that. So when I say that we're not the best, I say from the standpoint of, if we are actually interested in being the freest, we would have to acknowledge that we're not. And then we'd actually have to look at and try to understand the source and the root of what's going on. Here's where we are number one. We're number one in military spending, which I think now that we are jumping headfirst into World War III, people are acutely aware of this. I think that we've spent $3.6 billion already. We're spending $1 billion a day in this war. $1 billion a day. We already had $1 trillion budget. The other area that we're number one is in incarceration rate. More of our citizens are in prison per capita than anywhere in the world, and medical bankruptcy. Every minute, somebody in the United States files for bankruptcy because of medical costs. There's nothing like that anywhere in the world. These are the facts. So again, when I say that New Hampshire is the freest plantation in the slave colony, this is it. We're the best state within this situation. And so the reason that this is important, and so some of this is not going to be necessarily of interest if you're not in New Hampshire, but I actually think that there are some universal things out of this that apply to other states, or may apply to the way you think about where you live, or even what our strategies can be moving forward. Because I'm going to explain why I'm running and what the whole point of it is through this. But there are a lot of wins, and you hear a lot about the wins in New Hampshire. We have constitutional carry. We have no income tax. We have no state income tax, no sales tax. We have great school choice. We have a bunch of free staters that are elected. And we rank number one in a lot of these ratings for economic freedom. But what's happened, even since I've been here, and no one likes to talk about this, is we've had massive losses of sovereignty to the federal government. So understand the big threat here is technocracy. If technocracy marches on, and one of the things when I first got here, everybody was all excited about how we were pushing back on Real ID. This was one of the big success stories of the Free State Project. And then we caved, but no one talked about it, right? Like, people like to put forward their best, what they're winning on. Nobody talks about the losses. Well, the losses are pretty significant. The losses are Real ID. The losses are, actually, this is inaccurate. I think there were 118 executive orders under COVID, under Governor Chris Sununu, attached to $7 billion worth of funding that had a whole bunch of implications that I'll talk about. My main issue in New Hampshire in politics, and the reason I got into this, was fighting Obamacare in all of its forms and fighting Obamacare Medicaid expansion. And as you'll see, I fought this, and that's why I actually ran for U.S. Senate, and I'll explain what happened there. And, I would argue I was successful with my strategy, but it was lost on the people that remained involved in politics. They didn't, I don't think, still understand what it was about or what you could do with this. And so what's happened is the federal government has expanded its role in the New Hampshire healthcare system to the point where we have you can't even call what we have a market-based system. Our entire system is tied to not only expanded Medicaid, but all of these other funding scams that involve the federal government. And so as a result, we have a very small number of hospitals, new hospitals and new innovative solutions can't get through, like the Cancer Treatment Centers of America. And we are completely dependent upon the federal government. Now, if you're part of the Free State Project and your goal is to create this libertarian enclave, you're going to have a hard time doing it if you are completely tied to the federal government for healthcare and the federal government is surveilling everything that you do. I mean, I'm putting it very candidly. You have to deal with those problems. You're not going to win your freedom, by getting rid of inspection stickers, which is a great thing, and I'm very grateful for it. But it's not a good trade-off for Real ID. Being able to do hair braiding without a license is not a trade-off for having Obamacare expanded, and it's not a trade-off. But now 33% of our budget is controlled by Washington, D.C. We're not going to be able to be free. We're not going to be able to escape the technocracy if that is the case. So I will try to simplify this, but got involved in 2012 in a big way in politics. After Romney lost the presidential election, there was a group of faction leaders within the Republican Party that met to say, hey, listen, we don't like this losing to Obama situation again. What are we going to do about it? How do we unify? How do we stop the division? And so all of these faction leaders agreed, and it was the number one thing in the party platform for the GOP was the opposition to Obamacare in all of its forms. And so within like 8 weeks of everybody agreeing that we were going to oppose Obamacare in all of its forms, the Republican-controlled Senate actually drafted a bill to expand Medicaid through Obamacare. And I'm like scratching my head. I'm like, I got heavily involved in it. I was dealing with the president of the Senate. I was dealing with the majority leader. I was trying to bring in other consultants, people like Cato, Michael Tanner from the Cato Institute, brought in documentation. He was willing to fly out. They had no interest in receiving the information. I then went to town and county Republican committee meetings across the state, getting resolutions passed. Most of them, almost all of them, unanimous resolutions from these town and county committees saying we are opposed to what the Senate is doing. They pushed it anyway. So I was running a couple of organizations, Start 360, which was a super PAC, the Republican Liberty Caucus, and we primaried like 5 or 6 or maybe eight of these state senators. I think we picked off 1 or 2, not enough to reverse the vote, but it was enough to start to have some kind of impact. And so then, like all of these things, the way that Republicans tried to sell it was, well, it's temporary, and we put this thing in here, and if the government doesn't agree to this waiver, and if the government doesn't cover at least 90% of the cost of this expanded thing, then it automatically goes away, so on and so forth. And I wrote all these articles. I'm like, this is not how all this works. None of this is going to end up working like this. And so then 2 years was about up, and the bill was up for reauthorization. And so I realized, we can't stop this through the primaries. Nobody wants this. The House of Representatives didn't want it. The Republicans in the House were in the minority at the time. None of the rank and file wanted it. And I'm still scratching my head. Why is this happening? Well, I found out what was happening. The reason this was happening was John H. Sununu, again, going back to what I was saying about this, politics runs from the top down. And if you don't appreciate that, you are going to find yourself wasting your time. John H. Sununu had the belief that unless New Hampshire reauthorized Medicaid expansion, Kelly Ayotte would lose her U.S. Senate seat. At the time, she was our Republican U.S. Senator. So my view on this was, again, I was of the opinion, I'm still of the opinion that I'm concerned about the Free State Project. I'm concerned about New Hampshire. I came to New Hampshire. I still am in New Hampshire for the idea that New Hampshire can be the bastion of liberty. But I tend to follow, as you know, information to the source. I try to figure out how things work. I try to figure out how the money flows, how the power flows, and everything else. And so I literally found out John H. Sununu was pushing this, and John H. Sununu was even involved in picking and directing the consultants that drafted the bill itself. And I won't go into the detail. I've written extensive articles, like 10 years old, but the information is still valid, all well sourced on what happened. And so I said, well, listen, if you're going to mess up our state, if you are going to add this multi-billion-dollar entitlement, if you're going to destroy healthcare, if you're going to go against the number one thing in the party platform, then I will just recruit an entire slate of candidates to run as independents, because I know I can't beat you in a rigged primary, and will cost you all of your seats. We'll cost you the U.S. Senate seat, we'll cost you the 2 congressional seats. So that was my strategy, and I was successful at that. And doing that, it didn't have the effect, unfortunately, of getting Obamacare Medicaid expansion repealed. In fact, what's interesting is, because I walked away from politics at this point, because I'm like, these people are not serious about addressing these problems. Some of the people that I supported who are now heavily involved in politics, there's this guy, Kevin Avard, who is a state senator. I was the largest donor to his campaign. He signed a pledge. All of these candidates that we supported back in 2014 and 2016 signed a pledge that they were against Obamacare and Medicaid expansion. Well, Kevin Avard last session was one of the co-sponsors to make Obamacare Medicaid expansion permanent. So people that are involved in politics, they don't zoom out and look at what's going on. They get involved in these little battles over whatever their little pet projects are, but they don't take a step back to look at, are we actually improving liberty or not? And there are many such cases of this. All of the people that I supported in 2014 on opposition to this issue co-sponsored in the Senate making the bill permanent. And so unfortunately, while my tactic worked, then their whole write-off of it is, oh, well, he must be a Democrat because he did this. I mean, like, literally, these people don't understand anything about what's going on. The state Senate is kind of a cult. And I'm not going to go into all of the details on this now, but certainly at various points I might talk about this. But let's talk about what the impact was. The reason that I fought so hard on this Obamacare issue is because it affects everyone. And by the way, it ended up having ramifications that extended way into COVID. and that continue to compound today. It has completely ruined market-based healthcare in this country. And we were told at the time that no more than 50,000 people would be added to this expanded Medicaid. Well, guess what the number is? At peak, 95,752 people were on this expanded Medicaid program, almost twice the amount within like 7 years. Now, of course, that was going to happen. And of course, I wrote that that was going to happen. But this is something that we're talking about, billions of dollars, that is a major impact. And no one wants to talk about it. No one wants to acknowledge it. Well, if you're not going to deal with federal government encroachment in healthcare, if you're not going to deal with real ID, you're going to have a hell of a time being the freest place on earth when you're already within this, plantation. So this is a little bit of the background on this. And then let's see in some of these other areas. So again, I'm not going to take away from the good things that they've done. They've done some great things, but let's look at what happened during COVID. And as I've said before, the least amount of freedom I've ever had in my entire life was in New Hampshire during COVID, under complete majorities in New Hampshire with complete majorities in Washington, D.C. This is just a fact. I mean, they shut down businesses. They shut down churches. They kept liquor stores open, and they closed churches. We had mask mandates. Some of that was more at a town issue and everything else, but there was $7 billion worth of federal funding attached to this, 118 executive orders. And who was the governor? Chris Sununu. Because again, all of this is tied to Washington, D.C. All of this works from the top down. So if New Hampshire is interested in being the freest place on earth, then you better deal with some of these federal issues. So that's where we've gone. So we've gone from, even since I've lived here now, 33% of our budget comes from the federal government, massive encroachment of the government from a healthcare perspective, double the amount of people added. And now we're at a point where Trump then comes in and puts in this big, beautiful bill, which is going to cut the budget for Medicaid, which is going to trigger that 90% funding amount. And then we're going to be in the situation where we're going to have to kick 60,000 people off of Medicaid. And I guarantee you, listen, you can hear it right now, we will cave, because they will use it as leverage to negotiate a worse deal than we originally negotiated when we said we were never going to go below this 90% rebate amount from the federal government. Guaranteed. Mark that down right now. So you can see the arc with that program. We saw what happened with COVID with these executive orders. Well, now let's look at what's going on with the federal government as the federal government expands technocracy. Because remember, Trump is full steam ahead. Trump is technocracy without resistance. We now have DOGE and Palantir, DOGE connecting Palantir. We even had our state version of DOGE, which was about as effective as the national version of DOGE. But we don't have any immunity built in right now to this. This is just something for everybody to keep in mind. This affects every state, because these are federal programs that are going on. So all of our data is being collected, hoovered up in these federal government databases, and that's ultimately going to be tied to our Real ID, which we caved on here in New Hampshire. Now, let's talk about CBDCs and digital currencies. This is a picture of me with Vivek Ramaswamy from 2024, maybe 2023, when I ran for president. I ran for president specifically to raise awareness on this CBDC issue, the threat of CBDCs, but also the threat of government regulation on the rest of crypto to basically eliminate the competition so that they could roll out CBDCs. Literally, this is what I've spent my entire life doing since 2013. Some would say it's effective. So Vivek read my book. I hounded him. I had 3 separate conversations with him about it. And he actually either read the book, or somebody read the book and gave pretty good notes. And we actually chatted about it. And I pushed him to come out against CBDCs. I didn't realize he was going to drop out of the race, but he actually pushed Trump to come out against CBDCs the night before the presidential primary here in New Hampshire. And so, everybody's like, oh, wow, you must be relieved. great job, blah, 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 blah. That's turned out to be a gigantic rug pull, and still people don't understand it. People in the crypto community don't understand it. When I go to these conferences, people at Anarchapulco and Moneratopia, some of the people there hadn't heard about this. That's how big the gap is, because Trump gets in, signs an executive order saying there's not going to be a CBDC, and then people stop thinking about it, and then they don't read what's in the Genius Act. And all of the propaganda on the Genius Act is we're going to be the best place for crypto and everything else, and so nobody's reading these bills. So what's happened with the Genius Act? What the Genius Act has done, and I'm not going to rehash all of the corruption on this podcast, or otherwise this thing will go for 6 hours. But you can watch the last couple of podcasts that I've done on this. As I said, I'm going to call this the creature from Jekyll Island. Essentially, instead of having the Federal Reserve issue a programmable digital currency that can be tracked and censored, they came up with a plan to take popular private stablecoins like USDC, which is now the largest stablecoin. It's actually ahead of Tether, and bring them under the control of Congress. And so the difference is, and why this is so confusing for everyone, is the Federal Reserve is a useless third party that prints money out of thin air, and they get to adjust the interest rates and everything else. I'm not defending the Federal Reserve, but it turns out that financial surveillance comes from Congress. The Federal Reserve is not going out on their own and implementing rules to surveil our financial transactions and to add barriers and to add regulation. That's not their function. That actually adds impediments to the banks that own and are part of the Federal Reserve system. All of the Bank Secrecy Act stuff, the Know Your Customer, the paperwork you have to fill out, all of the reports, the transaction reports that go to the Treasury Department, all of that other stuff, all of that emanates from Congress. So that's actually what people are worried about with CBDCs is the surveillance. That can somebody shut off my money? Can they program my money and everything like that? That doesn't come from the Federal Reserve. That comes from Congress. So now they've taken popular stablecoins. People in the last 12 months have used stablecoins to do $33 trillion worth of transactions. They took that popular program and added the surveillance to it, and then added the Federal Reserve in on top of it. Then, to make things worse, they required that these stablecoin issuers back their stablecoins only with U.S. treasuries. So prior to this Genius Act, you could issue a stablecoin, and there really weren't any rules around it at all. I mean, Tether actually had a stablecoin that wasn't backed by anything, or at least according to some of the filings from the CFTC, was only 25% backed by some assets. We don't even know what those assets were. Was it gold? Was it silver? Was it Bitcoin? Whatever. There was no requirement, though, for a stable coin to be backed by U.S. treasuries. Well, what they came up with was the idea is, hey, listen, we can market this as not being a CBDC. We can jump in on the popularity of stable coins in crypto, and then we can use it to fund debt. Because Japan can't buy our debt anymore. China doesn't want to buy our debt anymore. So what are we going to do? How are we going to fund $1.5 trillion? The funny thing is, it's supposed to be $1.5 trillion. What do you guys want to bet? Let's do a prediction market on what the deficit's going to be this year, now that we've engaged in World War III. So $1.5 trillion, $2 trillion. I do want to make a point. Over 25% of the debt of the entire country in the history of the country has been under Trump in 5 years. 25% of the entirety of the debt, just as a little factoid. But nevertheless, this is a scam. So now every time you use Tether and every time you use Circle, USDC, sorry, you are funding blowing up these children in these schools in Iran. You are funding $1 billion a day worth of war and all of these rockets and all of this stuff that's going on. That's what happens when you use these things. That's what happens when you use these government-regulated stablecoins. You get CBDC level surveillance and you fund war and you fund U.S. tyranny around the world. That's what the Genius Act is. So, again, Trump has pitched this as he ended the war on crypto. The Genius Act is not ending the war on crypto. It's a backdoor CBDC that's being used to fund war and terror around the world. And it's not even the worst of the legislation. We have the Clarity Act, which I have this long article that I've sent to Brownstone, and it's probably, it's going to be long through the editorial process. I think it's something like 69 pages or whatever. Maybe I'll pare it down and do a shorter version of it. I do want to have the bigger version out there because the article goes into the history of financial surveillance and how politics works, because it's not enough to just, see people parrot what's in the bill. You have to understand what's in the bill in the context of how Congress and then the agencies that they regulate, what they do with those bills. So if you give the CFTC or the SEC a certain amount of authority, well, what do we think they're going to do with it? Well, one way to estimate what they're going to do with it is look at what they've done in the past. And what you find out is that the Clarity Act is basically a way for them to add CBDC level surveillance to everything that we own. The Genius Act covers how we pay for things using stablecoins. The Clarity Act takes our stocks, bonds, 401ks, retirement programs, gold, silver, agricultural products, commodities, the entire supply chain, oil, all of that, and tokenizes it and creates a digital token that has CBDC level surveillance. This is what they're trying to push right now. And by the way, as you know, I've been pounding my fists on this because this, to me, is the final piece of the puzzle they need for technocratic control. So people ask me all the time, oh man, we know what's going to trigger it, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what's going to trigger it. I don't know if this war is going to trigger it or something else is going to trigger it. But I know that it won't be triggered until they have the Clarity Act in place, because that is the last piece that they need to basically implement the digital prison. And again, if this sounds outlandish to you, I have plenty of documents and information and podcasts and articles and so forth to back all of this up. And so the idea here is to tokenize everything. And I'm a big fan of tokenization. This is why I talk about Zano, because you can privately tokenize things. But before that, I was a big fan of Ravencoin. I still like Ravencoin. Ravencoin needs privacy. I got involved in tokenization because I knew that the impediment to people being able to trade things were these regulatory regimes like the SEC that prevents small businesses and small investors from being able to engage in voluntary trade. And the CFTC does this with commodities and everything else. We have these ancient, archaic regulatory structures that are in place to protect incumbents. To me, the idea of tokenization was this is a way to move around that corruption and allow and enable people all over the world to engage in trade, which is what we thought Bitcoin was about as a payment system back in the day. We're getting the opposite of that. So instead of getting money that we can use without third parties, we're getting tokenized fiat that's controlled by third parties, where the people making money off of it are actually the politicians and their own families. We're getting something that's actually worse than fiat. So we've somehow taken a technology that can provide freedom for the world and turned it into a digital control system. And so this is the plan. The plan between the Genius Act and the Clarity Act is to tokenize everything. And Howard Lutnick is in the middle of all of this. His firm manages all of the treasuries that back Tether, and his firm is heavily involved in the tokenization of assets. Once Howard Lutnick is the biggest single beneficiary of the Genius Act, and Howard Lutnick will probably be the biggest beneficiary of the Clarity Act. And it is absolutely outrageous. I've done multiple episodes about it. His ties to Epstein, his ties to Brock Pierce, the whole nine yards. This is, when I say the creature from Jekyll Island, when the Federal Reserve was formed, it was, a bunch of bankers that met on this island in 1910 and basically created this whole new system where they could create money out of thin air. Well, we're witnessing the digital version of that, except there aren't as many bankers. It's like Howard Lutnick is one of the main guys. Imagine a Federal Reserve where there's only two guys, right? This is effectively what's going on here. And it's absolutely disgusting, and it's completely antithetical to freedom. Now, we have something called the Great Taking that ties into all of this, and this is why as I've talked to the people involved with the, trying to stop the great taking, so on and so forth, I think what we've all realized is, and just to explain quickly what the great taking is, since 1994, there have been changes to state law that basically essentially make it so that the next time there's a big financial collapse, if your broker goes out of business, your investments won't go to you. They'll go to the creditor of your broker, which in most cases is going to be one of the 4 largest banks. That's already happened contractually in all 50 states. Those changes have happened legally. Now, once the Clarity Act passes, you will have digital tokens that represent those contracts, that represent essentially the IOUs that you have on your retirement fund. So that when there's a financial collapse, they're going to be able to transfer your assets with a click of a mouse button, to transfer all of our assets with a click of a mouse button. That's why I think the Clarity Act is the final component of the digital control system. And that's why we need to do everything that we can to stop it. And the thing is, almost no one knows about the Clarity Act. Every time I give a talk, and I don't care how sophisticated the group is, no one's heard of it or no one has any information about it. And the way that it's been sold is that the Clarity Act will be great for crypto because 401ks and so forth and some of these other financial instruments will be able to hold Bitcoin. So they're presenting it as trillions of dollars is going to flow into Bitcoin and into crypto. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. If it is true, it's true to the extent that, like other financial instruments, they're being dumped on retail. So because of these financial regulations, the little guy can't invest in startup companies at an early stage. You have to have a certain amount of income, a certain amount of assets. So the average person doesn't get to invest in something like Bitcoin or some of these other things, or stocks. I'll use public stocks as a different example because you could always buy Bitcoin directly. But you can't buy into a stock until it's already public, until the market cap's like $200 million or $200 billion. All of the money, all of the real money, the people that are making 1,000 times their money, the people that are making billions of dollars, those opportunities are only available to what are called accredited investors. So people that are already wealthy, people that are venture capitalists, people that are private equity that meet these SEC guidelines, they're the ones who make billions. By the time the little guy can invest, and it's been made safe, well, that's when the people that were in early, they're dumping on the average public person in the public. So when a 401k gets it, the person that was in early is selling to the average retail investor through a 401k. So in that instance, maybe some of the money flows into crypto, but at what cost? Well, the cost is this. And they call it clarity because they say we need clear rules of the road. Well, the clear rules of the road are this. All transactions are tracked in real time. Everything through exchanges is tracked. They have to be able to reconstruct your entire transaction history. And they have to hold the records for 5 years. On top of that, they share the transaction information with multiple federal government departments and can also share your financial transaction information with foreign central banks. So yeah, that's clarity. Your entire all of your financial transactions are being put into a system that are shared with our own government and other governments and central banks around the world. Well, yeah, that's clear. But why would we want that? Why is that a good thing? But the thing to understand is it's not even about crypto. People think that it's about crypto, but it's about the tokenization of real world assets. So you may be listening to this saying, I'm not affected by this because I don't have crypto. If you have a 401k, if you have an IRA, if you have stocks, you may never touch the blockchain, but your broker will switch over to this system. So everyone will be affected by this. You don't have to have a crypto wallet. This isn't about crypto. It's about creating digital tokens that represent everything that you own. And yeah, the irony is you won't even hold those tokens either, just like you don't hold your shares now. Just like your broker holds the shares and there are all of these other intermediaries involved in the process, you won't hold the tokens either. But what it does do is it gives granular tracking to the government, granular tracking to these other agencies, and it gives the ability for your assets to be programmed and confiscated. That's what the Clarity Act is about. That plus the great taking is how we own nothing. Klaus Schwab whatever the hell Klaus Schwab was doing and the WEF, they couldn't in 20 years implement what the Trump administration and the PayPal mafia and Howard Lutnick and all of these other people have actively put in place in the last 15 months. And so this is why it's very difficult to communicate this, because these are complicated concepts. People don't know how the existing system works, let alone the finer differences between these other things. This is why I'm going to keep doing these kinds of podcasts, because everybody needs to understand what's at stake. Why, when we are in the middle of World War III, are they pushing the Clarity Act? Why is this the top legislative strategy right now? Think about that. Everything that's going on in the world, and the most important thing to do is to get crypto legislation done. Why do you think that is? Just for the hell of it? It's because everybody knows, well, not everybody knows, but the administration knows that we're headed for an economic collapse. This is why Trump just picked this guy, Warsh, to be the chair of the Federal Reserve. Warsh's background was he was actually the guy who bailed out the banks in 2008. So if you're listening, you're just like, well, Trump's the populist guy and he's going to save the little guy. He literally brought in the guy that bailed out Bear Stearns, bailed out AIG, made the decision not to bail out Lehman Brothers. This guy is part of a group of 30 like central bankers from around the world that meet. This guy couldn't be as far removed from the populace. You're literally bringing in the guy that created the problem in 2008. And now I see in my feed people like, oh, this is great news for crypto. How in the hell do you get to that conclusion? And of course, I always post a post that I put together about this guy's background and what he's done. And so the people that are out there shooting their mouth off saying, well, this guy's great for crypto, have done zero homework. So this is a very serious situation. So again, Genius Act plus Clarity Act, everything that you use for payments and everything you own will be tokenized, can be controlled. You add that in with the great taking, and this is how we will own nothing. And in an emergency, you can see how it'll happen, right? And, we are at that point right now. Home ownership. I mean, you see all of these statistics. I think I saw today that the housing market is at an all-time low in terms of people buying homes. Young people aren't buying homes at all, have no capacity to buy homes. People are defaulting on debt at record rates. The job market sucks. The prospects for jobs suck. 51% of Gen Z thinks that their college degree was a complete and total waste of time. There's no future or hope in this. All of these asset categories are popping. The only thing propping up the economy is AI. And by the way, I will tell you, the biggest black swan of all might be what Mike Adams and I have been talking about, which is DeepSeek version 4. Maybe it won't be, but if DeepSeek 4 does what it says it's going to do, it is going to be better than the top models from Silicon Valley, better than Claude, better than OpenAI, 90% less energy use, 90% cost reduction. It's going to crush the entire sector, which is the only thing that's propping up the economy here. To me, that might actually turn out to be the biggest black swan of them all. So again, just to rehash where we are with this, my whole point is that politics doesn't work from the top down. It doesn't work like that in New Hampshire. It doesn't work like that in the federal government, and it doesn't work like that in your state. My personal experience with Obamacare and Medicaid expansion has been tried to stop it. We didn't, and it ended up worse than I even projected that it was going to be. It ended up twice as bad as they said it was going to be. The federal government has its fingers in healthcare in a substantially larger way than we ever thought. And then COVID happened. Then we had more executive orders, more involvement with FEMA. We actually had the sharing of vaccination data with the CDC as part of that. So that's already happened here in New Hampshire. That's before we talk about the Genius Act. That's before we talk about the Clarity Act. That's before we talk about DOGE and Palantir. So the point that I'm trying to make is that the threat is technocracy. Technocracy is growing. And if you're in New Hampshire, we're sitting around talking about inspection stickers. And again, I'm grateful for not having to have an inspection sticker. that is not important. If we lose on the rest of this, it doesn't matter that New Hampshire is here or that there's a free state project. Related to this, and related to this kind of rug pull on the Genius Act and the Clarity Act, is Trump declared the war on crypto was ended. And there are people that believe this. And I got to tell you, this one does piss me off because I have direct personal contact and knowledge of these people. I learned about the Free State Project from Free Talk Live, from Ian Freeman and Mark Edge. And Ian Freeman remains in prison to this day for 8 years for selling Bitcoin without a license. He had an opinion letter from an attorney saying he didn't need a license. He was targeted politically because he was outspoken and effective, not only on the radio, but in introducing people to cryptocurrency, in running ATMs, in setting up point of sale systems, and helping people that wanted to get out of the fiat central bank tyranny system and into something sovereign. And he was involved with things like Bitcoin, not bombs, so on and so forth. He was explicitly targeted. There's a video, I'll try to get it. I saw it from a talk that Mark Edge gave about where you can see how the feds came in and like tore down the door and the entire process and the entire setup. 8 years in prison. Then they blamed him for the actions of other people that used his service, even though he did KYC, even though he followed all the rules. There are banks found guilty of violating the Bank Secrecy Act to the tune of $700, $800 billion of laundering money for cartels, and not a single person went to jail. Ian is in prison for 8 years. Still, the war on crypto is not over. Now, his thing happened under Biden. His whole situation happened under Biden. He has history with Biden and everything else. And by the way, when I started out with this, if you're sitting here saying, oh, this guy's got Trump derangement syndrome, everything that I did when I wrote my book, I was warning people. I went on Free Talk Live with Ian before he was sentenced. And I said, man, I think you're here because of Biden's executive order 14067. So at the time, I'm like, hey, I think this is why you're here. And this was before Roger Ver was arrested. But I know Ian, and I learned about Bitcoin. I'd heard about Bitcoin, but I got really passionate about Bitcoin when I heard Roger Ver speak at Liberty Forum, which is an event I'm going to be speaking at, my first public speaking as a U.S. Senate candidate. 8 months after Ian's sentencing hearing, Roger was arrested in Spain and was threatened with basically a life sentence. And as you know, on this show, we spent a lot of time. I spent a lot of time. We did an Enemies of the State event, and I've been speaking on behalf of Roger without Roger having any idea about it. Roger was kind of like, why is this guy, I'm at this, Enemies of the State event, and he hears that I'm going around talking about this. Why? Because I knew when he was arrested, it had nothing to do with taxes. I knew that it had to do with this executive order, and that if you're going to shut down crypto to roll out a CBDC, you're going to get the most effective people. And the most effective people, Ian is, and Roger is, Bitcoin Jesus is probably the most effective person that there has ever been in promoting the use of cryptocurrency as peer-to-peer digital cash as a solution to central bank tyranny. So I knew right away this thing was not a tax issue. So he went through a whole 18-month ordeal, settled with the Trump administration for $50 million, but he has a gag order for 3 years. Well, I'm going to tell you that I think that Ian should be pardoned. I think Roger should be pardoned. All of these people should be pardoned. If you are ending the war on crypto, these are the people that you should be pardoning. These are the people that were the pioneers. These were the people that promoted entrepreneurship. They promoted freedom. They promoted peace. They promoted privacy. Some of the other ones, Roman Storm, convicted. Roman Storm is a developer involved with Tornado Cash. Another situation. Had a letter from a lawyer. His investors had a letter from a lawyer saying he didn't need a money transmitter license. They end up trying him in the Southern District of New York, and he's been convicted. He's awaiting sentencing. But they throw everybody, including Trump. By the way, they went after Trump in the Southern District of New York. If you want to get somebody on something, you go through the Southern District of New York. Well, he has been convicted under Trump. Keone Rodriguez and William Hill, these are developers involved with Samurai Wallet. They were convicted and sentenced under Trump. It was just last February, Keone Rodriguez checked into prison for 5 years. This is under Trump. And then finally, my guest last week, Ray Youssef, was indicted under Trump. If you actually look at the people on this list, more of them have been sentenced or, had, what I'll call not great deals under Trump now at this point than under Biden. And I'm not saying that Trump didn't get rid of some cases, because he did. And I think it's important that we talk about this, because people are like, yeah, but Trump's really big into crypto, right? He's been talking about this. He went to the Bitcoin conference and everything else. Well, let's look at what Trump has done. The night before the inauguration, there are two meme coins launched, the Trump meme coin and the Melania meme coin. And they did this because, it had to be before he was officially in office, literally the night before. The public has lost $4.3 billion on these Ponzi meme coins. This is what he's done. Then they've started World Liberty Digital Financial. And this just, I will do a whole separate show on this, because a lot of this is new information. They're involved in decentralized finance. They have a stable coin called USD1, kind of like Tether, kind of like USDC. But wait until you learn about their stable coin. So again, the people that I talked about, these crypto prisoners of war, these are people that promoted freedom, promoted privacy, and in most of these cases had letters. Oh, I didn't even mention Roman Sterlingoff, who's a case of mistaken identity. He's in prison for 12 and a half years for something he didn't even do. They claim he ran a Bitcoin fog mixing service. It wasn't even his mixing service. And I've heard his lawyers speak about his case. And on March the 16th, I'm going to have his lawyers on, because you have to hear his story. It's another heartbreaking story. But the commonality of all of this is people need to wake up and understand how the DOJ works. The DOJ is a criminal enterprise. It is absurd what their tactics are. I mean, certainly we've witnessed this with the way that they've handled the Epstein files. What did they lose? 500 terabytes of information just today? It's interesting the way it's reported. They removed 47,000 documents, and now it's being reported that they're releasing 47,000 documents. No, they removed them and then presumably redacted them, and now they're re-releasing them. The DOJ, we could get into promise, we could get into a whole bunch of things, and believe me, I will do a full episode on the DOJ, and not just this DOJ. We're talking about a systemic problem with the DOJ. When I talked to Roman Sterlingoff's lawyer, this was the first case he's worked on. And it's been disillusioning to him, because, people, it's kind of like doctors. Nobody becomes a doctor thinking that they're going to be delivering a bioweapon. Nobody becomes a lawyer thinking that, you're dealing with a situation where the judges own private prisons and where the prosecution has no interest in the truth. All they care about is winning. There's no interest in justice whatsoever. We'll get to that. But the crypto prisoners of war that I support, again, these are people that were the innovators, and they all promote peace, and they all promote voluntary exchange. And they usually engage the best legal representation, because they know they're going to be targets for things like this. But, Trump has given some pardons. He gave a pardon to CZ. CZ is the CEO of Binance, which is one of the largest exchanges in the world. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say CZ should be in prison, because I don't know that that's, his case seems to be a lot like the others. But there's a difference between CZ's case and the other crypto prisoners, which is CZ got pardoned. And now, remember I mentioned the Trump family has a stable coin called USD1? CZ is the largest holder of USD1. He holds 80% of the supply of USD1. So that looks a little bit like pay to play. Now, let's talk about another person. This was just another piece of news. Justin Sun. Justin Sun is another crypto billionaire, Chinese national, who was facing prison time. And it was just announced today he's settled multiple different legal issues. He just settled his final one today for $10 million. And I did this podcast on this as well. Well, wouldn't you know it? Justin's son is the largest holder of the Trump meme coin. I believe at some point, if I'm not mistaken, he held something like $73 million of the Trump meme coin. And this was when it was released. In fact, he bought so much of it that one of the perks of having the coin is if you were a top, I don't remember how many it was, holder, you got to go to the White House and meet with the president. So when people say to me, well, no, people have settled their cases, you're right. The people that have settled their cases are people that have either donated big amounts of money to Trump's campaign or became massive business partners with Trump in crypto after the fact. That's an outrage. That is not the end the end of the war on crypto. This is cronyism that I believe is actually at an unprecedented level. And at some point, I will map all of this out with Lutnick and the whole family and all this other stuff. People should be outraged by this. If you get angry at Nancy Pelosi doing insider trading, this should make your blood boil, because we'll go one step further. They recently formed this Board of Peace, which I'll do a full episode on the Board of Peace and what it's all about. Trump is the chair for life and, whatever. One of the things that they're involved in is they're involved in doing reconstruction projects. They're doing a reconstruction project in Gaza. They're trying to turn Gaza into a technocracy. They're stating that Gaza is going to have a technocratic governance model. They are trying to push stablecoins as part of the delivery process, and they're trying to use USD1. In fact, the head of USD1 is also Trump's envoy to the Middle East. You cannot make this stuff up. So the crypto prisoners of war need to be released. So if you're out there and you're thinking, well, Trump's released these people, let's compare who he's released and who he hasn't released. Let's look at what the regulation is doing and who benefits from it, because you and I don't benefit from it. Privacy is not protected. We are getting CBDC surveillance. We are funding debt, and we're enriching the Trump family and the Lutnick family in the process. That's what's happening. This isn't a crypto bill. It's a crime scene. So that's what's happening on that. And then he's accelerating things further. Obviously did Operation Warp Speed, DOGE. Again, at some point, I hope at least you're listening to this. If you were a big fan of DOGE and you're sitting there saying, boy, Elon got screwed, study Technocracy, research this. Don't take my word for it. Research Josh Haldeman, Elon's grandfather in the Technocracy Party, and research, use Grok. Ask Grok if, don't ask if he's a technocrat. Ask if he believes in UBI energy credits. Ask if he believes and supports technocratic principles, because even Grok will tell you that that's the case. This isn't a case of he's coming in to save free speech. This is an ideology. Technocracy is an ideology, and if you value human freedom and if you value privacy, you will not like technocracy. So here's the situation. The situation is the reason I've been doing everything that I've been doing, the reason I've been supporting these prisoners of war, warning people, and also, more importantly, teaching people how to use alternatives to exit the system, so on and so forth, is we're running out of time. Once digital IDs and all of these things are in place, we're going to have very little latitude in what we can do. And the game plan right now is 2027 globally rollout for digital IDs. And a very rapid acceleration of, at $33 trillion of stablecoin transactions, that's about the amount, that's more than Visa does. Based on the current trajectory and growth rate, by 2030, there will be more transactions done using stablecoins, i.e. backdoor CBDCs, than Visa, MasterCard, and direct deposit combined. This is just based on the actual trend line of what's going on, without any additional legislative push or anything like that. So we're talking about digital IDs, CBDCs, and then AI surveillance through Operation Warp Speed and everything like that. So we're talking about this year and next. We're not even talking about 2030. So we have technocracy without resistance. We need to buy time. So as I said, politics is not top down. And it's set up in this way where and look, I'm struggling with how to communicate this in a short period of time, because there's so much that I'm saying that people are not familiar with, that if I say it, the immediate reaction is going to be, this doesn't sound right. This seems ridiculous. So then I find myself explaining the whole thing. And then, we end up with 20 hours worth of podcast content. But I think it's important to go into all of these things, and people can go into it at whatever level they want. But the gist of it is, we can't win. We can't vote our way out. We can't work within the two-party system, but in a system that's been rigged to be 50-50, coming in as a third party, you can actually make all of the difference. You can interfere with and completely mess with their entire system. And you can literally control the outcome of a well-organized group of people in different states or whatever that are working on this can sway the outcome one way or the other. So as I mentioned, I got into this because of Medicaid expansion. And I ended up finding out that the reason our state was being thrust with multi-billion-dollar healthcare entitlements was because the Sununu family and their ties and their strategic planning to benefit candidates and ultimately their own family for political office. And so I recruited this slate of candidates. I wasn't even supposed to be the candidate. I actually recruited, I collected 1,000 signatures for some other guy, and he refused to run, because this is what happens. People get involved in politics and they're like, well, I don't want to ruin my reputation within the Republican Party. So they continue to get elected and do things that don't matter, thinking that somehow miraculously, if you do a whole bunch of small stuff and ignore how the system works, you're going to end up with freedom. It doesn't work that way. But nevertheless, this is how I ended up being the candidate. And you can research this. It's all at day2026.com. I told people a year in advance. I gave people a year's worth of notice. I met with the chair of the New Hampshire GOP. I talked to the former governor. I talked to all of the candidates that would be affected by this, the other candidates that were running for U.S. Senate, the other candidates, that were running for these congressional positions. I didn't even dislike, some of the people that were running for some of these other positions, but I said, listen, we're going to cost all of these seats. And part of the way that I did this, and part of why I did this, was to get everybody, because everybody was against Medicaid expansion. Most of these people had signed my pledge, except for Scott Brown, but that's a separate story. Most of these people had signed my pledge in opposition to Medicare Advantage, whether they were Republicans at the state level, state senators, gubernatorial candidates, and everything else. Everybody was aligned on this. So I gave everybody advance notice. So the response I got back was, the chair of the party, I met with her for like 3 hours at a Panera Bread. And, the short form of it is, she's like, well, nobody believes you'll do it, and nobody believes you'll follow through, and nobody believes that it will be successful. So I did it. And so here's what happened. AOT lost by 1,017 votes. I got almost 18,000 votes. It was a four-way race. There was also a libertarian in there. So clearly I was the protest vote. Because people knew why I was running, because there were articles about it. Ben Swan, Breitbart. I had, I explained what was going on. Again, there was a year's worth of notice. I was in some ways still in shock about the fact that if everybody in the party and your own party platform says this is a bad idea, why are you doing it? That they actually went through and reauthorized. But nevertheless, they did. And we cost all three of the seats. The other two candidates that we had were the margin of difference for that. So we wiped out the entire thing. Now, I will say in this instance, and I didn't do any real campaigning. I mean, I did some, posting on social media, but I don't even think I had a website. I maybe spoke at a couple of events. I think maybe we did movie screenings of like Idiocracy or something, but I didn't do any hardcore campaigning at all, other than all of the work that I had been doing for years in opposition to Obamacare Medicaid expansion. But here's the point. This formula works. So on Saturday, I'm going to be speaking first. I speak for 30 minutes. And then Scott Brown, who's also running, speaks for 30 minutes. Now, I've opposed Scott Brown in the past. I ran a super PAC that opposed him in a primary. He and I have not seen eye to eye. I have a lot of respect for him for showing up to this event. And I think there are a lot of people that are kind of like, oh man, I can't wait to see the fireworks. Well, I'm going to tell you, there aren't any fireworks, because of the two of us, he's not even going to be on the ballot in November. And in fact, he proves my point. He proves my point about New Hampshire being a top-down state. So the reality is that Scott Brown used to be a U.S. Senator from Massachusetts. He ran in New Hampshire in 2014. He won the primary. He lost in the general election. And it was this, I believe it was this exact seat, in fact, that he lost to Jeanne Shaheen. But here's the thing about Scott Brown. Scott Brown has been a Trump supporter from the very beginning. Scott Brown was Donald Trump's ambassador to New Zealand. And this is what proves my point. This guy is loyal to Trump, literally part of the Trump administration. And Donald Trump endorses John E. Sununu, who was literally a never Trumper. So I will say this, I feel bad for Scott Brown. You know, if people are going to vote in the Republican primary, which I think is a bad idea, but you should vote for Scott Brown. But he's going to prove my point. He campaigned first. He was in it first. He shouldn't be dealing with this. He's been dealing with crap from the Sununu family all the way back to 2014. Why? Because they always viewed him as John H. Sununu knew either his son, John E. Sununu, or Chris would be running for his seat. They didn't want him to win. They would have rather lost the seat then so that his own family member could come in. And now we're in this position right now. And now he's down 20 points in the polls. And this is a classic situation that happens in New Hampshire. All of this outside money from Washington, D.C. is coming in, and it's supporting John E. Sununu. I actually feel bad for this guy. So there's not going to be a lot of fireworks with me talking about Scott Brown. I disagree with a lot of his policies, but he is getting screwed in the exact way I believe it's important to use the leverage of a third party to remove these cartels, these top-down political family dynasties that control the state political apparatus. And I understand a lot of people that are in local politics and everything else don't want to rock the boat. I don't care. You lost on Medicaid, you lost on Real ID, and soon you're about to lose on AI surveillance, digital currency, and the tokenization of all of our assets. You can't slow fail your way into freedom. You have to deal with these situations. So that's what is going on with Scott Brown. But then on this front, and let's talk about this. So inevitably people are going to say, oh, you're going to give the race again to the Republican. You must be a Democrat. Well, let's look at the actual objective information here. We are not going to fix Washington, D.C. The rate at which technocracy is going, here's the punchline. We need to slow technocracy down as much as we can so that we can exit and build, so that we can exit and build individually, and so that we can exit and build as a state, so that the state has time to try to unwind some of these things like Medicaid expansion, so that state can fight back. Hey, if we're going to fight back about inspection stickers, let's fight back. Let's revisit Real ID. And I'm hoping that I can educate people, even within the state, about what the ramifications are of what is happening federally with these bills and what is happening with technocracy and the surveillance infrastructure. We need to buy time. Right now, when I wrote my book in 2013, originally people were like, oh, this seems ridiculous. This is a conspiracy theory. This is way out. I was not pessimistic enough. I actually didn't calculate the Genius Act or the Clarity Act. I was looking at it from the standpoint of, yeah, if they try to do this centrally, they're going to run into some obstacles and they're going to run into some resistance. But they've figured out a way to actually backdoor this through private corporations in a way that, because it's complex and nuanced, nobody understands. So we need to slow down. We would be better off without Republican majorities. And by the way, what have Republican majorities gotten us? I'm going to go back to the fact that nobody can dispute this. The least amount of freedom I've had my entire life was 2020. And it was under Republican control everywhere. Go back and look at the statistics of what happens with government, when you have complete majorities of either party. They can't help themselves. Budgets go out of control. Spending goes out of control. Debt goes out of control. The only thing that we can do, we can't fix Washington, D.C. And by the way, I'm not running, if I win, sitting here telling you I'm going to reach across the aisle and work with these people. you can't negotiate with pedophiles or people that protect pedophiles. If people have this general statement that you can't negotiate with terrorists, maybe you can't negotiate with people that protect pedophiles. There's no working with these people. These people are disgusting. The only thing I can do, and frankly, the only good thing that's ever happened my entire life in Washington, D.C. is what Thomas Massie has just done with the Epstein files. If I go to Washington, D.C., I'd go for one term, and the only thing I would do is I'd be there, with filming Congress. I've already got Technocracy Atlas, where we have the Epstein files, offshore leaks, and everything else. My Day 2026 site already breaks down these bills based on Technocracy. We're going to go in there and expose everybody. I'm not going to fix anything. We need to buy time to exit and build. But beyond that, because inevitably somebody will say, well, but it's better to have lesser of two evils. It's better to have the Republican. Let's look at surveillance Sununu. Let's look at what Johnny Sununu did. Let's look at his track record. But I moved to New Hampshire in 2009. In 2008, I was still living in Massachusetts, and my business was being destroyed by Obamacare and Dodd-Frank and all this other stuff. But I've always been into politics, and I would watch C-SPAN. And this was even before the collapse. I would occasionally check in. And at the time, I knew I was going to be moving to New Hampshire, and I was being told that, hey, the two senators from New Hampshire, these are the most libertarian senators in the entire body, Judd Gregg and Johnny Sununu. And, and I'd watch them, and this was before the financial collapse. And I'm like, God, they have, as far as senators go, these guys seem to be saying some pretty good things. Then the financial collapse happens. This goes back to crypto and TARP, Bitcoin, and everything else. Financial collapse happens in 2008. And I remember I'm watching C-SPAN as they try to pass the TARP bill, Troubled Asset Relief Program, for the first time. And the first time it didn't get votes. And I'm like, wow, did they actually do the right thing? Did these guys actually not socialize the losses and bail out the banks? Man, is this really happening, right? So the stock market immediately collapses, drops 700 points, maybe 1,000 points. And then they bring it up for a vote again. Lo and behold, Johnny Sununu and Judd Gregg flipped their votes and were some of the deciding votes in pushing the thing over the finish line. That was the moment that Johnny Sununu was dead to me. When you are under pressure, think about what happened. The TARP program fixed nothing. We didn't change anything. 10 million people lost their homes. The bankers got bailed out. Nothing was fixed structurally. And where we sit right now is we're on the brink of another financial collapse. We're all repeating it, except that now when the great taking happens, the banks are going to get all of your assets. Literally, it was the ultimate kicking the can down the road, but kicking the can down the road long enough so that they can put in place the legal and technical structure to steal everything that we own the next time there's a collapse. John E. Sununu was one of the deciding votes. But not only that, he then became the chair of the oversight committee for TARP. Then he parlayed that into becoming the chair of a WEF, World Economic Forum Finance Board. Then you find out he voted for Real ID. Then he voted for the Patriot Act. When you're looking at this from the lens of technocracy, this guy, I'm going to start calling him Surveillance Sununu. He is responsible for the largest financial surveillance programs in the history of this country. And then when he was done with all of that and lost, he became a lobbyist in Washington, D.C., working for, by the way, the pharmaceutical industry. And the firm that he works with is one of the firms working on pushing the Clarity Act and the Genius Act. So if this guy wins, there's no difference between this guy and the Democrat, except that he's the kind of guy that actually pushes things over the finish line, where he's managed to brand himself as being libertarian. I'll give you one example. The Patriot Act came up for reauthorization. And so he was in there negotiating some terms, to make it a better deal, to protect civil liberties. This was his role. Well, so I'll let you do your research on the Patriot Act and whether or not you feel like our civil liberties have been protected. The right move was to oppose the Patriot Act reauthorization. But what he did was he made it palatable. And you have to understand that is the role that he played then, and that is exactly the role that he's going to play if he gets elected again. He's going to be the guy that, well, they're going to push Clarity Act across the finish line by adding some language that looks like it's going to protect civil liberties, that if you actually understood what was going on behind the scenes, it's meaningless and it'll be washed away in 6 to 12 months. That's who Chris Sununu is. No one should support this guy. And shame on all of the people that are like, well, but he could win. Do you understand what happens if technocracy gets implemented? Just because you're on the winning team, you're going to be the freest thing on the plantation. That's the best you're shooting for if you're going to continue to support this and to continue to let these kinds of structures go. So here's the thing. This becomes very important. This race is important for several reasons. One, Trump's already lost the House. This war is very unpopular. I saw Brownstone, Jeffrey Tucker sent out a thing where it showed, how popular were various wars in the very beginning stages. Because usually these things are popular at first, and then, as the body bags pile up and the goalpost move, it becomes less popular. This is unpopular right out of the gates. So he's already lost the House. Now it comes down to the Senate. Well, what you're looking at on the screen now, this is how the prediction markets are trending. And right now, for the first time, I think it was the Iowa, one of the Iowa polling things says that actually control of the United States Senate is now a coin toss. The prediction markets right now are, I think, 57% leaning towards Republicans, but not too long ago, 6-7 months ago, it was like 70-80% lock for Republicans. There was just a senator, I believe, from Montana or Idaho or something that dropped out at the last minute and whatever. There are a lot of dynamics, a lot of things going on, and people like incumbents that are dropping ship. So this race could come down to control the United States Senate. When I ran in 2016, you could find the Breitbart article. I said, listen, I'm willing to cost the Republicans control of the entire U.S. Senate over this Medicaid expansion thing. And in fact, if you look at it, the last 2 years of Ayott's term, that actually did end up making the difference. This is the same thing all over again. Now, right now, in the polls, Sununu is down 5 points to Chris Pappas. And again, I have opposed Chris Pappas in 3 or 4 different elections. I've supported I think I opposed him in executive council races. I've opposed him in congressional races. So everybody that's going to claim I'm for the Democrat or everything, I've always opposed Chris Pappas. I've never voted for a Democrat. The thing is, we know he's a technocrat, but he's a follower. He's a low-level guy. Sununu is the kind of guy that will actually get horrible legislation over the finish line. I actually think if you did a jump ball between the two of them, Sununu's worse, because at some point New Hampshire has to stop allowing the state to be run by these two families who are the ones that are bringing in the lobbying groups and all of the special interest groups to write our legislation and to effectively control our budget and all of the strings between our state budget and the federal budget. And I'm not going to go too nuanced on this now, but again, I have articles on this. I'm not speculating on this. I know the names of the consultants. I know the history of the people that are behind just some of it. I only know a small fraction of it, but this is where the lobbying and everything else gets into play. So this is a real deal. This race could control the entire United States Senate. Now, if you're Trump, let's look at what that means. If he loses the House and the Senate, he's going to get impeached again. The last 2 years of his term, not that he won't probably end up being convicted, but he's going to spend the last 2 years of his term dealing with that process. Now, frankly, based on this war and some of these other things, this time it might actually be warranted. But nevertheless, this is what is at stake for Trump. Now, we need to stop technocracy. We need to slow technocracy, and that is not being slowed at all right now. So we would be far better off with a Congress that's mixed, or Congress that's one party with the executive branch that's the other, because right now it's technocracy without resistance. And so I'll be clear. If my name is on the ballot, the Republican loses. And this has nothing to do with me. This is just a matter of people already don't like Sununu. People look at the WEF thing and everything else. It's not necessarily just about me. But on the other hand, I want to say people were calling me, asking me to run for U.S. Senate for a year before all of this happened. And I said no, but there are many, many state reps who called me asking me to run. A lot of people have been asking me to run. I didn't want to run. I didn't expect to run, but the circumstances, because this is when it was just Sky Brown. People were asking me to run before Sununu even entered the race. So I can tell you right now, I probably have a bigger base of support than I had in 2016, in part because people have been watching the work that I've been doing here. I've given talks in New Hampshire and obviously online, and a lot of people watch this, about CBDCs and about technocracy. People know I'm serious about this. There's no alternative agenda. I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing, which I did last time. A lot of people were like, oh, he must have had some other agenda. It's like, I don't know. I went to Breitbart. I went to here. I put all of this information out online. I told everybody what I was doing, and then I did it. I'm telling you what I'm doing now, and I'm telling you why I'm doing it. And I've got 300 hours probably now of my own podcast footage. We have, the one main book that I wrote, another 10 books from through Mike Adams. I've written numerous articles for Brownstone. I probably have another 200 hours of podcasts. So you can watch and see what I've been doing for the last 3 years. There's no alternative agenda. The agenda is to stop technocracy, to try to preserve free will. This may be a way to do that. But if my name is on the ballot, the Republican loses. Again, last time, almost got 18,000 votes. Ayotte lost by 1,000, the most expensive Senate race per capita in the history of the United States up to that point. The only thing that would keep me out at this point, maybe, and I don't even know if this is true, is if Trump would actually do what he said. By the way, it's a similar situation as happened before. The last time it was, hey, Republicans, if you will follow the party platform, do the number one thing on there, do the thing that everybody in all these town and committee meetings wants, do what the people want in your own party, then I won't run. Well, they decided that their special interests, their political careers, their fortunes are more important than the people of the state of New Hampshire and their party. So I want Trump to end the war on crypto and pardon these POWs, not the ones that have deals with him, or not with any expectation of doing a deal with World Liberty Financial afterwards. Pardon the people on the merits, because these are people that didn't do anything illegal, and that these are actually the kind of people that America should be celebrating. You should celebrate people that experiment with alternative technologies that promote freedom and that promote peace and that promote privacy. You should do that because it is the right thing to do, and because you said you would end the war on crypto. Kill the Clarity Act. The Clarity Act, I'm telling you, you can go back and look at my Brownstone articles. I've written lengthy articles about, everybody's like, what is tokenization? It's this boring thing everybody's eyes glaze over. Tokenization is how everything that you own gets put under digital control that the state can manipulate, program, and confiscate. That's it. Very simple. The Clarity Act is not about being pro-crypto. It is about putting in a control system that it is the biggest part of the technocratic control system, because your assets are more valuable than money. Think about it. How much cash do you actually have? Cash only represents about 5% of the assets on the globe. It's your assets, your investment portfolio, your house, everything else. That's the other 95%. The Clarity Act is going to put that under technocratic control. And the third is he needs to fire Howard Lutnick. I mean, Howard Lutnick, again, go back and watch some of the other stuff. I'll make my full case about Howard Lutnick, but at this point, I don't even have to. Other people are already calling for his removal. I mean, this is a guy who lied about his Epstein contacts. And then, when he was brought up to talk about it, he's like, well, yeah, I said I only met with him once in 2005, 2006, but now, I didn't really meet. I met with him a few more times, only what you can see in the documents. Those are the only times. And then a picture surfaces with him on Epstein's island. And so that's not the sole that's not the reason he should be fired. He should be fired because of the conflict of interest and what he did with Tether. He became the largest investor in Tether, not necessarily the largest owner, but invested $600 million so that he could get a contract managing the treasuries to back Tether, then became the chair of Trump's transition committee and tried to get put into the position of being the Treasury Secretary. And when people thought, well, that's a little bit much, he became Commerce Secretary, brought in another guy, Bo Hines, to be a crypto advisor to push through the Genius Act, which Lutnick's family is the biggest beneficiary of. And then within, I think, 10 days of the Genius Act being passed, Bo Hines resigns as crypto advisor and becomes the CEO of Tether USA. And this is just scratching the surface. We haven't even gotten into the tokenization of assets and everything else. Howard, there's no credibility in this administration with Howard Lutnick in this position. By the way, here's another one. One of the stated reasons that Trump claims that he liked Lutnick is because they agreed on tariffs. Well, did you know that Lutnick's family, his company, Cantor Fitzgerald, actually bet against the tariffs? They made billions of dollars with, on the fact that this Supreme Court reversed Trump's tariffs. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we're dealing with. So these three things: pardon the POWs, kill Clarity, fire Lutnick, and then maybe I won't. Maybe I'll end up not running. But what is the probability of this happening? I mean, again, I know what happened in 2016. I've seen these people. There's probably too much personal money. Their families are making too much money off of the Clarity Act, too much money off of the Genius Act. It's not about the country. It's about their own personal financial interests. So even though they would rather lose control of the Congress than give up their, technocratic takeover of the monetary system and all of the assets in the country. And by the way, they're actually talking about, part of what's happened is Trump signed an executive order to create a sovereign wealth fund. And so this is something that dictatorships and monarchies do, where you actually have the leader investing the funds of the nation in private firms. And this has already happened. We already own almost 10% of Intel, even though Congress hasn't approved. They're finding backdoor ways of doing this. They're talking about tokenizing and selling off United States national assets, our own land, our own natural resources. And Howard Lutnick's firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, is in the middle of that. So, this has to stop. This is just, again, we're beyond whatever's the stage after a banana republic. We're an idiocracy banana republic. We're at the next level here. So those are the three things that might get me to not run. And the process is, I'm running, but I still have to collect signatures to get on the ballot. So that's a process that takes time, takes money, and I'm not going to start until the spring because you've got to get 1,500 signatures in each congressional district and everything else. And I've done this successfully before. I've already recruited a team to do it. We're going to want some help at some point. I don't have it ready yet, but we'll have a sign-up form for those that want to help collect signatures and do ballot access. So that'll be the next part of the process. But be clear here. I mean, and by the way, I'm going to explain some other things that can happen here. So if I run, again, the Republican loses based on the political wins right now. By the way, the Republican might lose anyway. This might not even be necessary based on how badly this entire situation is spiraling out of control. But understand this, if I get 4%, I can actually form a political party in the state of New Hampshire. And that political party will have ballot access for the entire state without having to collect signatures. So that happens at 4%. So I got 2-point-something% last time, but there was also a libertarian. If you actually added those two together, it was 4. I ran for sheriff, long story, but the Libertarian Party had gotten ballot access, and so they ended up throwing me on as sheriff, and I got 4%, just having my name on the ballot for sheriff. But the point is, getting 4% is not only possible, it's likely based on the people that I've talked to. I can't say who they are yet that support me, but people will be surprised. People have no idea who I've been talking to over the years. Like, just not, even though I haven't been actively involved in politics, I've still kept up relationships with people, and I've been informing people about what's going on. So with a little bit of effort, I think 4% is doable. And then, there's a long shot that we hit maybe 35% or whatever in a 3-way race and win. The thing is, what's different is this time I'm actually going to campaign. I'm going to actually travel around the state. I'm going to tell you what the campaign is going to be all about. You've probably heard me say this before. And look, if you're a pro-liberty person, a libertarian, if you're a Ron Paul, Thomas Massey Republican, so on and so forth, for forever, since 2008, however long it's been, everybody's about ending the Fed, auditing the Fed. And as you've heard me say for the longest time, if I get elected, there isn't a damn thing I can do to audit the Fed or end the Fed. There's a 0% chance that's going to happen. The peak of this whole idea that there's going to be a liberty Republican thing federally was when we had Rand Paul, Thomas Massey, and Justin Amash. And Amash is no longer there. So in this over a decade or whatever, we've actually lost ground. And Massey's the only good guy that we have in the House. And they're spending millions of dollars trying to get him out. And Trump wants him out. Trump's targeted him. Our best guy, right? So if I get in there, I'm not going to sit here and tell you, if I get in there, I'm going to be able to build a coalition. These people just voted. I mean, this is the House, not the Senate, but these people just voted not to disclose their own fund, taxpayer fund that they have to protect themselves against sexual harassment. These are not serious people. This is not a real legitimate enterprise. I mean, a lot of people want to act like it is. Have you seen these people? Jasmine, all of this other stuff? These people are owned. A lot of these people are owned by foreign countries. I'm not going to fix that. But think about it this way. Let's say it did break 50, 49, and then one independent. I'd be able to, obstruct a lot of things. But that's not my point. That's not the point of my campaign, and that wouldn't be the point even if I was there. If you want to stop World War III, if you want to halt the technocracy and you want to end the Fed, people need to stop using the dollar. When I ran for president, that picture that I had with Vivek, my campaign shirt was a heart that actually said bank run now, but I updated it to ditch the dollar, stop World War III. I actually said halt CBDCs, but now I'll say halt the technocracy and the Fed. This is still the way. There's no voting our way out of the Federal Reserve. I've been trying to teach people how to do this. I've done this myself. I've not used a personal bank account since 2019. One of the things I'm conflicted about is, in raising money for this campaign, I'm trying to figure out a way to raise money from the campaign without having to set up a bank account. I'm trying to see if there's a solution where I can take a credit card and have it automatically converted to crypto. I can certainly take crypto directly. By the way, I was one of the first people to take crypto. And when I was doing my political activism back in 2014, we were one of the first super PACs. I helped the first gubernatorial candidate, so on and so forth. So we'll continue in that trend. But the campaign is all going to be about telling people no one's going to fix Washington, D.C. Our rights don't come from Washington, D.C. Our rights have never come from Washington, D.C. And every election we have is just one more humiliation ritual where we get that much more demoralized. And we give up that much more of our agency. Think about it, whether you're a Democrat or not. Obamacare, you're going to keep your doctor. You're Republican, we're not going to go to war. We're going to cut spending. None of it's happened. Even when your side gets complete control, they completely fail. We've had complete Republicans. Nobody's repeated. They've never repealed Obamacare. They're not even trying to repeal Obamacare effectively at this point. Now we have Trump RX. Nobody's going to address entitlements. Nobody's even trying to reduce the budget. So we're at the late stage of collapse. Again, I actually stated America 1.0 is over. The problem is that when it collapses, they've already got a game plan for what comes next. And what comes next is technocracy. So our way out of that is to stop first using the dollar and use cryptocurrencies like privacy coins like Zano and Freedom Dollar and Monero. Use gold backs. I'm here in New Hampshire. We're going to be talking to Alpine Gold as one of the sponsors. I know the guys at Alpine Gold. This is where I got these. I'm going to see Silver Dave there. My campaign isn't going to be going around saying, hey, here's a smile on my face. Give me some money. I'm going to lie to you. And then I'm going to go fix things in Washington, D.C. I'm going to do workshops showing people how to onboard to gold, crypto, and privacy coins and silver. That's what I'm going to do. That's what the campaign is going to be about. It's about saying, vote for me to buy you time, but I'm buying you time to exit these systems. I think this benefits the Free State Project because it goes outside of, there are a lot of people at the Free State Project that already do this, that already know this. One of the problems that we have, the reason people get stuck in these voting systems is because they don't know that there's any other alternative. They think that the only choice that they have is to vote. And it's been pounded in them. Lesser of two evils, all of this has happened, and they've never seen anything else. Trust me, my wife and I have been to 27 states and 4 countries. We've done workshops, talks, and everything else. You see the light bulb go off. They've never heard about this before. Even with crypto and Bitcoin, most people don't know that people ever used Bitcoin to buy and sell things. They never understood that people were using it for payments. They didn't know Expedia. They only know it as a speculative asset. Well, we spent 3.5 years now. We've got wallets. We've got tools. We have resources. We can onboard people. So maybe we get a bus and we go around the state and we onboard people to alternative currencies. But then what's the next thing that people are worried about? They're worried about healthcare. What's the political debate going to be? The Democrats going to say we need Medicare for all. The Republicans going to say we need more, buying insurance across state lines and bigger HSAs. None of that is going to fix anything. None of that addresses a single root cause. We have the most expensive healthcare. We have the worst outcomes, and these crony mechanisms will fix nothing. They will improve nothing. What have I been saying? I've been saying, now as a political campaign, it'll be a hell of a political campaign. There are 3 ways. There are 3 solutions for healthcare. 1, form a medical trust so that the hospitals and big pharma and doctors don't sue you into oblivion and push you into bankruptcy. Because every minute in this country, somebody files for bankruptcy due to medical bills, 75% of those are insured. Insurance doesn't work. It doesn't even work for catastrophic coverage. That's also fake. Second, exit insurance. What if we get a nationwide movement, or at least to start a statewide movement of getting people to cancel their insurance? Just cancel the policy. Open enrollment comes up in November. What if we got 10,000 people, 20,000 people, 30,000 people in New Hampshire? What if 1 million people across the country just said, you know what? I'm not participating in this system. I've shielded my assets. You're not going to be able to give me a bill where you don't disclose the pricing and you mark something up 150,000% without telling me the price up front and then bankrupting me after the fact. Those days are over. Medical trust, exit insurance, and then use medical tourism, where you can go overseas and save 80% and then bring in other alternatives, cash only, within the United States. Use a combination of medical tourism, use things within the United States. I'm saying medical tourism is a great starting point, but what I'm saying is these are the solutions we need. We need people taking back their free will, taking back their agency, not believing in politicians to solve their problems because they never have so far. I mean, think about where we are. Not just the stats that I had at the beginning about where we are with healthcare and everything else, but I mean, we have $39 trillion worth of debt, $200 trillion worth of unfunded liabilities. The people that are doing financial regulation in Congress, the people that want to add the Clarity Act and the Genius Act, these people engage in insider trading. These people have presided over a currency that's lost 98% of its purchasing power since inception. Are we nuts? There's a 0% chance these people are going to fix things, but they're not even the ones controlling things. It's the technocrats that are funding this all behind the scenes. It's the PayPal mafia. It's Palantir. It's X. It's OpenAI. Not Anthropic anymore because, they wouldn't agree to let the Department of War surveil us or allow the Department of War to have completely autonomous AI-controlled weapons. And so now they're being punished. This is the country that we live in. So I want New Hampshire to be the freest place. But for it to be the freest place, we need to cut these, political dynasties out. We need to get leverage and exert leverage and acknowledge what's going on. And we need to educate people and show them that there's a way out. And so I use money in healthcare as one example, but that's just part of it. So I see doing town hall meetings all over the state. So I plan to travel all over the state, and I've been doing this. So as you can see, I could talk for 3 hours, 5 hours, or, whatever. We'll do different times, but I want to bring in other people. I haven't asked them yet, but, I'll ask Mike Adams. Maybe Mike Adams comes in. Maybe, we do a demonstration of AI. Maybe I talk to some of the people at the Brownstone Institute to come in and talk about medical freedom, true medical freedom. So, the people at the Brownstone Institute are on the front end of promoting medical freedom. Some of the people involved there, bringing all of these people that I've worked with, that I've talked to, that I'm friends with, that are on the front lines every day promoting freedom, and bring them in to help empower the individual. This is going to be a campaign where we're not asking people for something, we're giving them information. And we're giving them the ability to opt out. So if that happens, and by the way, if it works, then maybe that becomes a nationwide tour after this election, because this is what we need. I've got that campaign song that I played several times, and I'll play it at the end. But I mean, we have a situation where in this country, the average person has a job they hate, if they're lucky enough to have a job, to have insurance that they think will cover them when they're sick and doesn't, so that they can earn an investment portfolio in stocks that are building their digital prison, where they don't even own those stocks when there's a financial crisis. This is what the average life is. It's a life of quiet desperation. Well, I feel horrible watching people drone on through their lives. Just, the flame, you can see the flame going out. They're not achieving their purpose. They're not following whatever their passion is. They've been corralled into this system built on this fraudulent money. And then they've been manipulated using this political system and using fear and going from one crisis to another. And every time there's a crisis, more rights get stripped away and more surveillance gets added. So the way we will solve that is not by sending me to Washington, D.C., but by teaching people that, you can just say no. You can always just say no. There is always an alternative. They always try to get you to a position where you don't think you have an alternative. Oh, if I don't take this shot, I'm going to lose my job, so on and so forth. But you can always, once you see that there's unlimited potential out there, not just what you've been conditioned to think, the only two choices there are for everything, right? There's Coke versus Pepsi. No, I could not drink soda. There's, Republican versus, no, you don't have to play that game. It's that scene from War Games. Sometimes the winning move is not to play. And that is usually the case with this. This isn't about fighting government, because they know even having you participate in the fight itself, you're going to lose. This is about leaving the system and building parallel alternatives. So for me, what I'm saying with this is, I've said the technocracy threat is real. If you're listening to this, you've probably seen it happen. Even if you weren't originally, you're kind of like, what is all of this about? You're seeing it now, right? There is no doubt about what is going on. People are being affected by this. People are, like for instance, on the insurance side, claims are being denied by AI. And then if you go through an appeals process, AI is who you go to for the arbiter of the appeal. There's a massive class action lawsuit against United Healthcare on this. Well, guess what? Medicare and Medicaid are starting to implement this system. Medicare and Medicaid are about, the way they're going to solve the $200,000 worth of unfunded liabilities isn't by cutting out fraud in Minnesota. It's by rationing through AI. And this is being pushed through right now as we talk about this. And so, anyway, I don't like doing this. I hate politics. Last time I did this, I got sued for 5.5 years. And by the way, on this front, right? So I do this campaign, take out all these seats. I ended up in this lawsuit and got 2 lawsuits. The second lawsuit, it gets dismissed because it was a ridiculous lawsuit. I mean, I was being sued for conspiracy to commit defamation on someone who I'd never talked about before. So I was being sued for what somebody else did, even though they were separately found guilty. They weren't even a co-defendant. So the judge throws it out. It goes to the state Supreme Court, where Chris Sununu happened to pick 3 of the justices. And so they overturned, which is rare at the Supreme Court. They actually overturned the dismissal. And like the justice, it's on video somewhere, like tongue in cheek is like, well, I guess Aaron's going to get his day in court. This is who these people are. This is the way that this state works. And, you know, it's absolutely, so I went through that before. This was disgusting. Again, I was never supposed to be a candidate. I was always recruiting candidates. I only did the thing in 2016, but, you know, I learned running for president. It was effective running for president. I got to talk to, you know, Vivek, and, you know, I do appreciate, I don't agree with him on a lot of things. I'm not sure what I think about him overall, but I will say he read my book, and when we talked about it, and we had some pretty interesting conversations. I talked to other politicians, which is part of how I learn about this process. Ted Cruz, I talked to Cynthia Loomis. All these people, by the way, have my book. Warren Davidson, who you may see, he did a good job today of speaking out against the war. I'm glad for that. He's wrong on the Genius Act, but I've spoken to these people as part of this process, and it was helpful in terms of me getting the word out about CBDCs. But now we're in a far more precarious place. We are in a place where we're at the end game on technocracy. And it is incredibly important to me that we get the word out. This is why I do the Technocracy Roundtable with Patrick Wood and Courtney. I'd love to have them come out as well and talk about all of the work they're doing. I mean, you know, Patrick Wood's stuff should be, you know, I wouldn't want to say required reading. I don't think anything should be forced, but if you should be forced to read anything, you should learn about the work that Patrick Wood has been working on. He's been working on this stuff for decades, outlining all of this. He knows more about this than anyone. And he's been following these people. He cataloged the Trilateral Commission, built a whole database on everybody that's a part of it all over the world. He's been keeping track of this for decades. And so, so this campaign is going to be used to educate and empower the people, and to be used as leverage and as a warning, because it was easier for me to discuss these things and educate people before the 2024 election. Right now, nobody knows what's going on. I mean, I'll ask you this, you know, let me know, but do any of your friends or family know about the Clarity Act? It's being discussed right now. It is the main legislative thing going on. Trump is directly involved with trying. Now they missed their deadline of March the 1st. Trump is directly involved in the negotiations on the Clarity Act, as is the Treasury Secretary. It's all over the feed. They're actively working on this. And yet I bet probably none of your friends or family have heard about it. And it is something that will impact everything. And again, I hope I'm wrong on this prediction, but my prediction is whatever everybody can sense is going to happen with the economy, whatever that big, you know, black swan event is, I don't think it's going to happen until they pass the Clarity Act, because the Clarity Act is going to enable them to implement this technocratic system. And again, this isn't a conspiracy theory. UN Agenda 2030 is a technocratic plan that was hatched in 1973. You can even read in the Epstein file. Epstein was part of the Trilateral Commission and was involved with the WEF. And he was actually, I believe, a protege of David Rockefeller. So when they try to make you sound nuts if you talk about these things, but it's there in black and white. There is a network of people that have been driving an ideological agenda for 50 years, and they now have the technical components in place. And in my opinion, this Clarity Act is the last big piece. So anyway, that's the strategy. I got to somehow condense 2.5 hours into 30 minutes, so that'll be fun. I don't know what I learned about that from my talk on Saturday, but I'm going to open this up if people want to join. I haven't sent the link around, but if people want to join the chat, I'm putting the StreamYard link in. You can also, if you want, you can just type your questions as well. So, we'll see how this goes. So I'm not going to be doing it. So this podcast isn't going to be any different than it has been. This campaign isn't any different than what I've been doing for the last 3.5 years. The only difference is that I'll be doing it in person in New Hampshire. But this podcast will remain the same. I'm going to continue talking about the same things. It's just hopefully now there's an opportunity for us to get, more direct involvement. I apologize here. I'm trying to send the link around here. Hopefully Dan maybe can pop in to talk about enemies of the state, which as I said at the beginning, I'm very excited about the enemies of the state event. I'm not excited about the fact that we're going to have probably twice as many people that we have to talk about this year. But nevertheless, it's going to be a good opportunity to bring awareness. I'll tell you, you can probably sense my anger with the Trump administration, but part of it is that as I'm going through and doing this stuff, it's like we start putting together the enemies of the state thing. It's like, okay, why aren't Assange and Snowden pardoned yet? Like, remember, that was part of the thing. And then what Tulsi Gabbard was supposed to be there advocating, like what happened to all of this stuff? None of it happened. And just more people have been added to the list, like 5 more crypto prisoners. Like, why, and again, it doesn't even, I actually know the answer to this to a certain degree. I mean, one is they're literally pushing a technocratic agenda. Look up what's going on in Gaza. They're calling it a technocratic state, and they're trying to implement stablecoins, which are backdoor CBDCs. And no one's talking about this. Obviously, normally when people do these candidate things, they're going to ask a lot of questions about issues. The issue is, so I'm running on something people don't know about. If people knew about technocracy, it would be the #1 issue. But, people have been kind of pushed into, okay, so sorry, I got somebody else. Doesn't have to be tonight, but soon. Need to chat with you offline also. Okay, so, there we go. Hey, how are you? Hello?
Hey, how you doing, Eric?
Good, how are you?
Everything coming through? Oh, can you hear me? Or am I muted?
Hold on. Let me,
All right.
There we go.
Okay, is there a delay?
There's some noise in the background. There's some kids in the background.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. But yeah, it is delayed. I'm speaking and then I'm hearing myself speak.
I don't hear a
5 seconds.
okay. Interesting.
Let me longer than that. I'm gonna drop out and come back in if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, anyone else if you want to hop in? It's been a while. I'm trying to get used to the logistics here. It's been a few weeks. Hold on 1 second. All right, there we go. All right, well, there's some comments. I suspect a lot of these are, all right, here we go. Got Mystic Ronin. Hello.
Let's see.
Hey, brother. So much love and gratitude. I greatly appreciate everything you're doing. My question, how are you, Aaron? You're crushing it right now, man. I appreciate you.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Real quick, man. My first. Oh my gosh. What can we say to some of the crypto bro? My problem is with a lot of crypto brothers out here, right, and sisters, right? They really love this Clarity Act thing. They think it's going to pump their bags, right? They think they're going to be VIPs in the gulag. They go, cool, you're left out. And we're in before you need to be an accredited, whatever, all the jargon, right, my friend?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. What can we say to them? They love the regulations. They love the institution. Yeah, I'll just leave it open-ended. What do you think, Aaron, about that? The institutions. And real quick, in my opinion, because I've been into silver and sound money for over 20 years, when I looked into what is money and got into all the Austrian, von Mises, all that stuff. When they bring in like ETFs, etc., it destroys real price discovery. So I'll be quiet. I'll mute my mic. But what do you have to say about some of the crypto brothers out here and sisters that are into that whole regulation thing? You get it. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I get it. And I think part of the problem is that they don't understand the regulation and what the implications are. They're thinking about it as it's going to pump their bags, which it may or may not. I mean, to be honest, the ETFs did not quite pump bags to the extent that people thought they were, right? The ETFs were supposed to be this thing that was going to pump everything to 1 million. I am not sure that the Clarity Act is going to bring that much into it. And part of this is just having traveled around the country and talked to people. The average investor, the average person, if they're not in crypto right now, they're really skeptical about it. There's a lot of backlash on Bitcoin, and I mean the Epstein stuff doesn't help matters from that perspective, but they were already skeptical. So all of these workshops that I've gone on, and people are kind of like, yeah, I don't know, I don't know about that. So I'm not sure if it potentially brings a lot of money into crypto, but at this point, the sector's soured. I mean, look at how bad crypto has performed since Trump got in office. So Trump got in office, we got ETFs, and then where are we, right? It's been pretty bad. But beyond that, people have to understand that once you understand that what we're actually facing, crypto came about, Bitcoin came about as a reaction to, I would argue, the financial crisis in 2008. And people wanted alternative solutions, alternative payment, and didn't want to have to deal with these corrupt banks that were getting bailed out or central banks. And so Bitcoin was originally supposed to be an alternative to that. Well, we still have the same problem with the banks. In fact, the problem is even worse. The derivatives are worse. The liabilities are worse. The asset bubbles are worse. So we haven't solved the fundamental problem of having a medium of exchange that we can use, but then it's actually gotten worse than that because we now have we have stablecoins, which are backdoor CBDCs. So we've lost control over the medium of exchange. And once you understand what technocracy is, once you understand that technocracy is about, I mean, you even hear Elon Musk saying, well, money's going to go away. You're going to have universal basic income. You're going to own nothing and be happy and everything like that. I don't think people are understanding the implications of what the regulations are. But that's what the regulations are going to enable, not you're going to be able to pump your bags and then do what? Where are you going to go in a technocratic world where all of your assets are digitized, programmable, and censorable by the government and other third parties? So I don't think it's going to work out for these guys the way they think it is. And I don't blame them for having this position because they've probably never heard about technocracy. They probably also haven't looked at the fact that what we're talking about is it's not about making it easy to dump your crypto. It's about regulating real world assets. That's what this is really about. That's what the Clarity Act is really for. It's not about making it easier for you to sell your crypto and dump your bags. It's about regulating everything that you own. And that is the real important part that people miss because they don't understand the ramifications of tokenization and what's going to happen in that regard. So, you know, I mean, I guess my answer to this is people in the crypto community need more education. And the problem is that so I have a massive article that I've written on this, and, you know, most people aren't going to read it. It's probably like 12,000 words, maybe it's 14,000 words. But I lay all of this out so that people can understand what's really going on here. And part of what I've learned in this process is that the crypto media is largely owned by crypto firms that benefit from the legislation. because I was starting to get frustrated. I was looking at my feed and I'm seeing like all these crypto articles that are pro Genius Act, pro Clarity Act. And I'm like, and then the articles seem to be popular, right? They were getting like 2,000 likes or whatever. They're getting a bunch of retweets. I'm like, so is there really organic enthusiasm about this? And then I dug into it. And this is actually part of the article. A lot of these crypto publications, again, are owned by companies that benefit from the legislation. So they're 100% biased. When I say 100% biased, literally one of the publications had 33 articles for the Genius Act and 0 against. They never even discussed the surveillance aspect of this. So the crypto community, believing that these crypto publications are providing some kind of reporting, have been actually just fed sponsored ads that benefit the owner of the crypto publications. Then on top of that, the likes and the traffic are fake. When the Genius Act was launched, right when it was announced, there were like 1,000 accounts created immediately after the launch of the Genius Act. And it's already been determined that a lot of the traffic pumping these articles and pumping these bills, it's bots. So I understand from the standpoint of a crypto bro, you've been screwed over by the Federal Reserve. People are having a hard time figuring out how to make any kind of money at all. And everybody's in this position where it's like, well, I'm going to make it back one Ponzi at a time. This is the culture that's been created by the Federal Reserve. The problem is this doesn't end well. And I think if they understood what's actually going to happen with this, they would be more concerned about actually adopting technology so that they can engage in trade without being surveilled by the government and actually be able to continue to make decisions about their day-to-day life. That's what's at stake here. So,
well, may I ask a question, my friend? And I don't mean to interrupt. You're cooking right now.
Go for it.
Okay, a practical, pragmatic question. One, I lived through the silver 2008 to 11. Right, I bought silver at 4 to 10, under $20, and you guys know when you can have 1 ounce of silver. And you can sell ETFs, derivatives, etc., to the thousands, right?
Yep.
So that doesn't pump silver bags. And that's where we are now, in my opinion, with any crypto, insert any crypto, because you need these institutions to do the whole regulation, compliance, etc. Blah, blah, blah. You guys get it. So how does one live, in my opinion, 1 foot in the matrix, 1 foot out the matrix? I love what Xano's doing. I love the technology. I'm a IT person. I'm a programmer myself. In my opinion, I will avoid as much KYC, AML things as much as I can. How does someone sitting there, a regular person, go, I don't want to be in a digital gulag, etc.? Like, because it seems like we're going that way. I'll leave that open-ended. Like, how do you avoid this dystopian technocracy as an individual sitting on the couch right now, listening to us right now?
So you have to start by exiting the dollar. So this is the real solution here, is that all of us, not all of us, but a significant portion of us, need to exit the dollar and start trading with each other outside of the system. And we need to build parallel systems. We need to build food marketplaces. We need to build healthcare marketplaces. Everything that exists in the digital gulag, right? The 15-minute cities, all of the, you're going to buy cricket paste, and, you're going to have a social credit score, and you're only going to be able to buy those things. Everything that exists today in the centralized system, that's already a digital gulag, by the way, and I've talked about this before. Our money is already largely digital, already largely tracked. It's just going to get worse with more programmability. There are business opportunities to begin trading outside of that system. The tough part is getting going, but the starting point for me is for people to get a wallet and to get a privacy coin, whether it's Xano, Freedom Dollar, Monero, whatever it happens to be, and get something like a Zbeck MasterCard, which is what I use, where you can load the MasterCard with privacy coins. The thing has light KYC, and start making some transactions. that way, and then start introducing it to other people. Part of this thing that I'm doing with my campaign is because I am in New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project, and because there are a lot of people here that are involved in crypto, and also, gold backs. I mean, I've got waving up gold backs right now. There are 150 stores in New Hampshire that take gold backs. We've got silver. We just need to start trading with each other on a day-to-day basis, and then start building tools that are easy for other people to use. The biggest barrier that we have for these parallel systems is ease of use. And the biggest challenge that we have in the privacy space, and one of the things that frustrates me about, I'll get into arguments with Bitcoin maxis, and they're like, well, no, Bitcoin is private if you do these 10 steps. I'm like, money can't be hard. If your solution is, hey, as long as you've got 140 IQ and 10 years of experience coding, you can keep your money private. That's not really money, right? So as early adopters, we need to start trading with each other, and we need to start making tools that are easy for others. Because what's going to happen is, as always happens with the Patriot Act and the CARES Act, and every time there's an emergency, people get backed into a corner, problem, reaction, solution. Some catastrophic event happens, people become fearful. And then in that state of fear, they're only offered one solution in an emergency. We have to start working now on a situation where we can offer them an alternative when that emergency happens, because we can't stop the fact that everything's going to blow up. But what we can do is work together to start making tools easy and more scalable for people to onboard.
Okay, I have
With that in mind, and I have one last question. I'll let the other homies. I appreciate that, Aaron. I believe that. What do you think about Pirate Chain? Based on that complexity of entry, Pirate Chain, in my opinion, tech-wise, and I feel obligated to mention it in the privacy sector, is some of the best tech out there. And you can buy like prepaid cards with it. You can do things with it. You can on and off ramp with it. And it's got a gajillion nonsense from the tech perspective. What do you think about Pirate Chain in reference to that? And it does have a little bit of difficulty of entry. I'll admit, you got to be half a, not a programmer, but you got to be like you got to really want it. So what do you think about Pirate Chain in reference to what you're saying? And by the way, I love the ZBEC integration. I love the off-ramp potential of loading a card with Xano. I love that. But that's my last question, because I'll let you and others speak.
So sure. So part of this is, and I've done workshops in the past. I've been busy building some other sites and some solutions. And now, in anticipation of doing this campaign and going around doing workshops, I have a book also on this. I'm going to outline, I'm going to give kind of my analysis of all of the different options that are out there that you can use. I like Pirate Chain. I prefer, in fact, private by default, I would say, is the top category. And I would put Pirate Chain in there along with Xano and Freedom Dollar and Monero. And so, that's the first choice, because if you have to do extra steps to make it private, I'm not saying it's a bad solution, but I put that in kind of a tier 2 situation, just because we're trying to onboard people.
Well, Aaron, when I say extra steps, Pirate Chain's not extra steps to make it private. It's extra steps to get involved in that, to acquire it. That's what I mean by those extra steps.
So I would put Pirate Chain in the tier 1 category. And now some of the issues that I had with Pirate Chain is trying to use the Pirate Chain native wallet was really a bad experience. But now that it's in Edge wallet, actually, let me ask you this: can you swap for it within Edge?
You can, but similar to atomic swaps, you do need more participation. I'll admit that. You do need more education in these types of things. I will admit that. But yes, the Edge wallet folks are very Pirate Chain pro are. I'll put it that way. Yes. Liquidity and participation in peer-to-peer and B2B, et cetera, is a bit of a hill to, ascend, if you will. You know what I mean? So So one thing about Xano is integrating with some of these other projects is it does open you up to, once you break some of these things, that does kind of open you up to a little bit of surveillance. It depends on how hardcore you are, I guess. That makes sense.
Yep. No, I like this. I like the Zcash guys. In fact, I'm supposed to do a space with them at some point. So, I have a little bit of Pirate Chain, and I'm for more interoperability. I want to see more of these things. The reason I talk about Xano and Freedom Dollar and all these other things is because it's what I use. And if you've listened to the podcast much, I got here. The first version of the book that I wrote, what I was saying at the time was they're working on CBDCs that can do 1.7 million transactions per second. So I was just saying, if we're trying to compete with CBDCs, we do not have a single blockchain that can do that. We're going to need multiple blockchains. So with the first version of my book listed a bunch of blockchains, including privacy coins. And it's really been in the last 2 years that I've moved completely to privacy coins. Privacy by default being the preferred, and again, Pirate Chain is one of those. So we need multiple coins. The reason I use Xano more is because there are more applications for it, right? It's easy to swap in and out of different coins. I can use it with ZBEC. I really like Freedom Dollar, by the way. I mean, I've said this before. It's a privacy stable coin, but it's an algorithmic stable coin, so it's not backed by treasuries. It can't be frozen. Given the volatility of the price of crypto, I like to hold a certain amount of Freedom Dollar so that I can pay expenses on a month-to-month basis and not have to be too negatively impacted by the volatility of the price. This is why I like these things. But I use Monero. I use Pirate Chain. I'm intrigued by Dash and what I've heard about Dash and their integration of the Zcash technology. I'm a big fan of what Joel has done, and I know he has been living on crypto longer than I have and has done a great job building out that ecosystem. So I think I'm going to spend some more time.
You think Dash is having a coming to Jesus moment because they did remove their privacy years ago from a tech perspective. Zcash is a little sus. I'll touch it just because, but I can put in a Zcash transaction ID in ChatGPT and I can get all the info I need. And I'm a guy sitting on my couch.
Yep.
So, and I love all these things. Oh man. So like I have USDT right now because I watch TA and I know cycles and I know everything's going to dump just because it's cyclical. And I'm going to, right now I'm holding USDT, but man, I made a lot of money when the Terra Luna thing crashed. These algorithmic, right now I don't have any Freedom US dollar and I want to. My problem is algorithmic stable coins, but that's a personal bias of mine.
I've generally been negative on them too, although this is different than those situations. There's something, and I talk about this a lot, inherent to the way that Xano works that I like about it, which is that Xano is a platform for tokenization. You tokenize other assets with it. So Freedom Dollar is a token created on Xano. Confidential layer allows you to take Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana and make it private by tokenizing it with Xano. And so all of the tokens created on Xano, when you use them, you use Xano as basically gas for the transaction fees. So there's a fundamental business model here where the more people are creating tokens and transacting using tokens on the Xano network, there's built-in demand based on actual use. So it's not just based on random speculation because people think the number is going to go up. People have to buy Xano to use the tokens that are built on top of Xano. And Freedom Dollar is an algorithmic stablecoin backed by over-collateralized Xano. So that's why I like it a little bit more. Now, but again, there's stablecoins. I don't put my life savings in stablecoins. I put a few months worth of runway in a stable coin, and then
it's temporary. It's a temporary thing. Yeah,
but it's been great. Look, I was in Mexico in Puerto Vallarta when the whole cartel thing happened and everything else, and we were stuck and we had to stay extra time and everything else. And I was actually able to do everything and stay in Mexico and not lose a beat. And then I used Freedom Dollar and ZBEC the entire time. So, and I've living on crypto since 2019. Like I can't tell you how many different debit cards I've had, how many different cryptos I've used. There's a lot of volatility. Right now I like it because it works and it's easy. And the fact that, it works internationally, it works in a whole variety of different situations, but we need more solutions. We need many privacy coins. I like the privacy ecosystem. I liked Moneratopia. I like the fact that there are projects working together. I'd like to see these privacy projects collaborating on quantum resistance and everything else. And so, again, the reason I talk about the Zano ecosystem is because I use it the most, but I'm a big fan of Pirate Chain and these others. And it does come down to like market cap too, right? It's okay. How much of it is there? We need more use across the board for all of these things. And it's a challenge because, as you said, most crypto bros are not thinking about this. They're not thinking about CBDCs. They're not thinking about technocracy. They're just thinking about how can I make money on this? I think if more people understood what the actual threat was, people would take this stuff more seriously. It's been a shame to see the industry that, crypto conferences in 2012 were people that were unanimous about the fact that they hated central banks and they hated these bailouts. The vibe of these conferences and the whole community was, yeah, we're going to defeat these banks and we're going to stop wars and we're not going to have all these senseless wars. And now you go to crypto conferences and all people care about is number go up. I mean, hell, the president of the United States pushed 2 meme coins and people lost $4.3 billion. This is where we're at. The president of the United States rugged his base. This is where we are in 2026.
Okay. Along that same theme, if I can jump. Hey, George, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. I'm all about the privacy and the crypto and everything, but how do we stop the fraud if we're using crypto in, let's say, digital marketplaces with anonymous buying and things? How do you stop the illegal content? Stuff we don't want in these systems. Let's say I build a beautiful system with privacy payments, no KYC or anything. You don't need the AML. You can use Xano or any of the other privacy chains to interact, like the Fediverse, right? Isn't that how I'm not real familiar with the Fediverse, but you can be 100% anonymous, right? What stops the bad stuff?
I mean, what stops the bad stuff? Obviously, no one has solved this. So there's no magic bullet, but things like reputation management systems and ratings and escrow, those are some really useful tools, but people still get ripped off. I mean, this has happened and the scams are really sophisticated at this point. I mean, I've seen all kinds of different scams, but from a technology perspective, reputation management systems and escrow agreements seem to be a great starting point. But there's a whole bunch of other things and infrastructure that needs to be built. There are different network states being built, different dispute resolution systems and ideas to be experimented with. So again, I would say start with reputation management and escrow, and then there's a lot of work and thinking to do. And we want to not have that thinking get hijacked and end up where we were to begin with. Now, AI might be helpful in this. Again, this is always a dangerous situation. I'm lucky. I'm grateful that I haven't been ripped off yet, either in Ravencoin or Xano. But certainly, people have to do their homework.
Aaron, you haven't had your degen phase, my friend. You weren't a degen at some point.
No, I've always been. I've never traded. I've always gotten involved in something, held, and then tried to build stuff on it. I'm sure I'd have a lot more fiat value right now if I did, but that's never been my motivation. So
yeah, we all wish we.
I'm joking. I'm being sick.
Yeah. We all wish we sold our Ravencoin at 26 cents.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more than a financial too, though. I mean, because obviously, you can do just as many illegal deals with cash, as you could do with a privacy coin, but that builds like Silk Road. Now, how did Silk Road keep I'm not necessarily care about drugs, but how did they keep the CP and other stuff like that off of there? You have to have some sort of centralized policing if you're an anonymous seller and buyer. What is that solution?
Well, the Tor browser, you have the Onion, you have the darknet.
Well, I understand that. What I'm saying, let's say you build a marketplace like this, and you can buy and sell. Well, you can buy and sell digital CP because you can have a private group, because now everybody's anonymous, everybody's point to point using freedom, Xano or whatever to transact. How do we catch these people that we don't want in our networks?
Well, I mean, you can create your own marketplace where you can actually determine what's put up there on the front end. You can actually put some barriers in that. In fact, I think there's a Xano Bay. If you take a look at Xano Bay actually has some policies with that where it actually looks at your descriptions of your products and everything else, and it actually will reject stuff. And I remember I was even trying to put my own book in there, and initially it actually rejected the book. So there are ways to create a marketplace where you have controls over what's put in there. But I mean, let's also be realistic, right? You have people like Jeffrey Epstein using Xbox. You have people potentially, if you believe it or not, using Wayfair and putting up products. Yeah, Roblox. I don't know that there's a solution for that. I don't know that that's not a problem I'm even looking to solve. For instance, this is why I don't get into those things. I'm trying to create a medical tourism marketplace, and so it's pretty easy for me to control what that front end user interface looks like and who can use it. If your goal was to put together an open-ended marketplace, I don't know. That's not anything I would be interested in creating.
No, it's not. But these are things. If we're going to create parallel systems, these are problems that real world systems deal with. Now, Roblox chooses not to deal with it. They can monitor and see everything. If they wanted to stop it, they could stop it. Wouldn't be difficult. But how do you, if you are in let's say it's a communication, for sending back and forth, and it's point-to-point total encryption. You can't police anything going over there.
Yeah. I don't know if you can stop. I mean, people that are engaging in these activities will gravitate to find those things. We'll find technologies for doing that.
Or they'll get elected.
Yeah, or they'll get elected. I mean, again, it's pretty clear that the current system doesn't do anything to protect against this at all. The current system that we have somehow defends it and protects this kind of activity. So,
And then they hyper. I mean, I know somebody that's got a felony for sending a threatening text to somebody when they were drunk once, and now they have a federal felony because of it.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
No, it is ridiculous. I mean, humanity hasn't solved this problem, and certainly the current system doesn't work at all. But I don't know. Maybe there's I don't know how to solve all the world's problems with this. I'm just interested right now in being able to trade outside of the system before we get put into a technocratic prison. I guess we can work on some of those other problems later.
I've done what Mystic's done. I'm pretty much all silver. I still have a little bit of crypto, but I'm with the full souring on Bitcoin. I mean, I think it's only the institutions that are trading Bitcoin, and the few saps that haven't heard about Epstein. It's dragging everything else down because trust in crypto in general is down because of that.
Well, I will tell you, I'm not done. I'm just getting started. I'm going to be talking to Brett Weinstein tomorrow on the Dark Horse podcast. I've got bigger and bigger podcasts coming up, and so I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure millions and millions of people all around the world understand what happened to Bitcoin. And I agree with you. I think people, again, once you get out, so many people are used to just the crypto echo chamber. When you get out of the crypto echo chamber, it's kind of like people will say, well, the block size wars was already solved. 99.999% of the world has never heard of the block size wars. They have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
But people have a pretty negative opinion of crypto as an asset class. And I'm saying this, and these are people that I meet that are people that were maybe radicalized during COVID, and now they're starting to question everything, and they're questioning the Federal Reserve. And even with that as a mindset, there's a kind of a gut reaction that says, Bitcoin's kind of a scam. And then beyond that, of course, by association, most people don't know the differentiation between Bitcoin, and they know the difference between tokens and blockchain, privacy and transparent. Like, this is why I end up doing a 4-hour podcast.
Well, yeah, I think we all know it's going down. Have you been paying attention to anything going on in silver?
I mean, just whatever pops up on my feed. It seems like we've got more, manipulation of price. I see the big price swings, goes way up one day, way down another. I know JP Morgan is a constant bad actor in the space. But I don't know any specifics.
Well, vaults are going way down. The physical delivery demands are going way up. The physical spot price is $12 over what you see as the paper price. Yep. So if you try to buy silver physically in like Shanghai, it's going to be in the high 90s right now when it's in the low 80s. And they're pounding it down because JP Morgan's been taking physical silver since like 2011, 2012 in massive amounts. Yet they're the largest shorter also.
Yep.
So they're highly manipulating the market. But several major things have happened. It's now been classified as a critical mineral by the United States. China has now said all physical silver has to be sold to the state first.
Well, I'll tell you about that. So when I was in Mexico and all of this cartel stuff was going on, I'm kind of like, I was chatting with Mike Adams, and he had an interesting theory that, is this whole disruption and everything in Mexico, is the U.S. going to come in and basically steal all of Mexico's silver reserves?
Yeah, they might. I mean, that could very well be this, mission critical. When it comes to silver, this is more, they just said they signed it. They're putting a small nuclear plant at all of the U.S. bases so that we won't have power interruptions. And guess who just bought the small fusion reactor company?
The Trumps, right?
Yeah, amazing. Now all the bases, every base, U.S. base around the country, and I'm sure around the world, has got to have one.
Yeah, I will say this. I'm struggling to keep up with the corruption. Just mapping it out, right? I mean, it's one thing after another. You follow the Lutnick thing, and then you follow this, and then it's like, oh, now they're pushing USD1 for the technocratic reconstruction of Gaza, and the guy that's the head of USD1 is our envoy to the Middle East. Like, how it's so blatant, and no one cares, or knows.
Yeah, I sent you. I don't know if you got it about a week or so ago. I was looking through the emails, and there are 6 different people with the last name Wexner in those emails.
Really?
Yeah, there are 6 different Wexners, and they're different people. You can find them everywhere. One of them's like, some are Israeli scientists. Some of them are, it's a diverse set of people, but. That's something to look at in the emails. If you do a search for Wexner, you're going to find a lot of people. Although I've seen enough. They're not doing anything. Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's going to fry. Nobody in Minnesota is going to jail.
No, they dropped the auto pen thing too.
Yeah, I saw that today. Not that it's all illegal, but you're probably right. There's probably no laws we can do anything about it.
No, but remember that I thought the whole thing was they were going to nullify Fauci's pardon, and whatever. I tweet about all this stuff all the time. Like literally, nothing's happened. I mean, we fell for it again, right? Or I wouldn't say I did, but just nothing has happened.
Yeah. Well,
Worse.
Tina Peters might get out of prison, after serving 5 of her 7 years, if the governor decides. Yet all the fraud that she exposed goes unpunished. I mean, Trump says he couldn't do anything, and that's a lie. And all you got to do, she showed that they didn't preserve data in direct violation of federal election laws. They could have prosecuted on that.
Yep.
And guaranteed she'd have been out quick.
If somebody's going to follow your campaign, what's the best thing to do right now? Go to day2026.com, go to the bottom of the page and enter their email.
Yeah, that's it. I've got to add a couple of other things. We're going to do signatures, and I'm going to get a group going to do that. And then we're going to start coordinating and setting up these meetings, these town hall meetings and workshops. That's going to be the next thing as well. So I've got to create a couple of forms for that on the site and get that together. But that's it. That's the campaign. The campaign is going around, meeting with people in person, showing them how to exit the system, explaining to them what technocracy is, and getting on the ballot. I'm not buying mailers. I'm not buying radio ads. I'm not doing any of that. That's a waste of money, and it's a waste of time. It's not going to help anybody. I don't need to see my name and picture on mailers going out everywhere. So it's all going to be in the, George, we were talking about doing a New Hampshire Liberty tour for 12 years now, 14 years. So
we've done it in bits and pieces, but I guess this will be the real one.
Yeah, this will be the real one. And if it works, we could do the nationwide road trip. I want to get the workshops down and make the onboarding process to all of these different things easy enough. And if we can do that, I guess this is a good trial market to do that. Then maybe we can get a bus going. I was talking to Ernie Hancock. Maybe we can get his Levolution bus from Ron Paul.
Do you guys have Waffle Houses up there? We got a governor candidate running down here. Kind of a pretty good local guy, but he's doing the Walmart tour. I mean, the Waffle House tour.
We do not have. We don't have Waffle. I don't think we have Waffle Houses here. If we do, I've never seen one.
Okay. Well, yeah. Of course, they're famous down here, but that he's running a good grassroots campaign like that.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So George, I don't know if you heard. So I'm speaking, and then Scott Brown is speaking.
Yeah, I did. I've caught almost your entire podcast here. I think that's hysterical. And it's your take on what's going on with that is really interesting. One of the things that I've been thinking about for, the past couple of months as you've been, talking about, how to get attention to, the current prisoners of crypto war. And there's a movement. You haven't spoken about it, but there had been a movement of NH exit, and I wonder how many protest votes you might just get for people that just want to say we want to opt out completely.
Yeah, I will tell you. So again, I'm not even kidding about this. I think I have more support already baked in now than I had last time, and people don't realize that, because they don't know the kind of people that I've been talking to for the last 3.5, 4 years, but just, not publicly, but people have been trying to recruit me for this, but they also get what's going on with the technocracy, and they are really fed up. Some of these are elected state reps, and they're not the elected state reps that you would think, and they're not even necessarily free staters. There's an interesting block of people. But again, the irony of this is, at this point, Trump is screwing this up so badly that I may not even have to enter this race, and the Republicans are just going to lose. I don't know how they could step up in it any more than they are. But think about it. I can just tell from my feed, things are so bad that I'm actually getting traction on social media. I've been thinking, I've been on this platform for since 2008, and I've never ever had traction until the last 3 weeks. It's weird.
Great metric.
So, that tells you how bad things must be.
As everybody here knows, people really don't start paying attention to elections until they're really, just a month away. And I got to tell you, I recently heard from multiple people, I'm in South Florida, that they were questioning why gas prices just recently went up. And that's how disconnected most people are from everything we're talking about.
Well, Trump's done a good job of that. We'll obviously anybody who's bought food knows that inflation hasn't gone down at all, but he's managed to make gas from the first term to this term, the whole thing. So now they're like trying to do emergency actions to keep the price of gas down. He's going to keep doing that. He's going to keep showing his audit. See, gas is good. Yeah, maybe $40 for, a dozen eggs, but you know what? Gas is, $2.34. See, I've solved the economy. So now they're doing stuff with treasuries. I don't even know. Do we even have any reserves anymore? I don't know. I gotta dig into some stuff. I haven't looked at that whole thing for a while.
What do you need reserves when you can just crank up the press? No, more people are paying attention to mortgage rates and, hoping that they're either going to be able to, finally dump their house or flip it and get into something. More people are paying attention to gas, eggs, and their mortgage rate than anything that we're talking about right now.
Yeah. And I mean, look, people are struggling, right? 60% of people are paycheck to paycheck. It's actually it's a horrible underlying situation, especially for whatever you want to call the middle class at this point. And this is why it's tough with crypto. People are just, they're chasing one Ponzi at a time because that's the situation that we're in. That's how bad it is. That you gotta win at the roulette wheel just to be able to beat inflation.
We should start calling the middle class the bar, as in a barbell, where you either have the 1% peeking over to the left, and then you have everybody that's in dire straits over to the right, and what used to be the middle class is just flatten that curve.
Yep. I think this war thing is interesting, though. People really are not. Brownstone sent out a thing on this, and I think only 23 or 4% support. And usually, when they do Kuwait and all the other bullshit we've lived through, like initially it's like 70 to 80%, 85% support, and like people are just not interested in this. And by the way, anybody, unless you're a boomer, I don't know anybody outside of boomer that is on board with this at all.
No, there's a giant voyeurism though. Everybody wants to see what's happening. And so I think that there is a lot of, your Putin shows are getting bonuses, there's a lot of different stuff going on. So like, even though I'll agree with a lot of all of them on just different anti-US imperialism, whatever agenda, it doesn't mean there's still not spike punch bowls. There's baby Ruths in the pool. There's things that you see through it that's like, whoa, okay. So your Scott Ritters and all those, dude, all those guys were. Let me remind you, they were all wrong on Gaza. They were like, oh yeah, they'll never take Gaza. Dude, it's gone, completely gone. So they were all wrong. Every Putin show was wrong about that, even though I do agree with him on a lot of stuff. Like, but now, very interesting. Yeah, they're marching up the other coast. So like Lebanon's probably gone. Even if they stop this tomorrow, then Israel probably gets Lebanon.
Oh,
They could probably sell it better if they just called it Miami Beach 2.0.
Well,
okay, wait.
you want the Syria coin? Syria's got a stable coin now. It's now that we got. Come on, it's literally going to be that bad.
Does the Syria coin come with a free pager?
No, because listen, you have to now. Why? Because GCC. So 50-year brainchild of Kissinger, whether that you can say, well, he's a war criminal, whatever. Dude, his whole thing was the whole 35 Muslim countries were bribed by one mechanism, which is the bond recycling petrodollar mechanism, blah, 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 right? But all those countries, they're still, oh, this is Sunni, but this is Shia. They're still governments. They're still cunts. And a lot of them, they're getting paid off, right? So how do you do that now if you got rid of GCC? Maybe we should ask Howard Lutnick. I don't know. He probably has the answer, right? Interesting, right?
Well, look, I mean, they're trying to use USD1 in Gaza. I think this whole board of peace is just a way to spread technocracy and for the people and the families involved with the board of peace to monetize it. This is exactly what's happening. And as much
oh my God.
This is actually happening. This guy, Steve Witkoff.
Board of Peace swap with GCC for funding. I'm saying.
Yep. Look at Steve Witkoff, and he's the head of USD1. He's also the envoy to the Middle East. I haven't done a full deep dive on the board of peace, but I mean, it's at the point right now where it's already so bad. I don't need to know anymore, but it just keeps getting worse. Like it seems like the board of peace is the vector for technocracy. Literally, they're making a technocracy in Gaza. It's going to use stablecoins. They want it to be USD1. What do you think they're going to do with Lebanon, Iran, everything else? And now, I mean, I saw this yesterday and dug into it. What are we doing in Ecuador? I saw that we were launching some kind of military thing in Ecuador. What the hell is that about?
I thought we were already we're not talking about Ecuador. There's another war going on.
No, we were doing something jointly with Ecuador troops to rout out some rebels or something. I didn't look deep into it, but it was with we were assisting.
So they have silver.
Yeah, it's a bingo.
Silver is a.
Well, now, wait, I got to ask a question though, because about when it comes to Iran. We're the reason they were a totalitarian regime. 1950s Iran was a free, non-hijab, women in skirts, very modern country, democratically elected till our CIA went in there and overthrew everybody. And then you can trace the Shah right back to our backroom deals.
That gives us the right to take it away then, if that's what we get.
I don't say we have a right to do any of this, but the reason they are in the totalitarian government they are was because we basically put that government in there.
That's kind of our
no different than what we did in Pinochet and throughout South America.
Yeah, no, apparently I'm looking at this now. So I guess we're doing military activity to combat organized crime and drug trafficking.
Yeah.
That's not it.
No. The FBI is still importing tons of cocaine through the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard. I know that for a fact.
I'm telling you, that situation in Mexico was, I still want to find out what all that was actually about. Because it's not what people were saying. It was just weird. There's smoke and all of these fires, strategically positioned, no police activity at all for about 10 hours. Not a single siren the entire day. And what was that about? We still don't know. But
was it all the capos fighting each other to see who's going to take over, and the police just waiting for the dust to settle so they could see who's going to pay them?
Yeah, I mean, you listen to the people down there, and people are saying that they're siding with the cartel because I guess the government's more corrupt than the cartel, and whatever. Who knows? But the thing is, if you're going to do a joint activity like that, where the U.S. is providing intelligence support and everything else, and you're doing it during spring break, and your entire economy is based on tourism. You've got no backup plan. You've got no anticipation that there's going to be a retaliation. You have nothing in place. That seemed weird to me.
Okay, but from the Mexicans' point of view, it's the best thing they have. the violence in the headlines of the gringo newspapers is what makes the west coast of Mexico not one giant Hilton, one giant Holiday Inn, one giant everything else. From my perspective, I've loved that. You can go to a bay in Zihuatanejo. One side is whatever, Ixtaca or whatever. That's all the Holiday Inn and whatever. And it's all glyphosate grass and just disgusting and Burger Kings. And then the other side, right, that's holistic. That's where you get the massages and the yoga. Yeah. My point of view, yeah, on Mexico, it's the hidden thing, right? It's what they have. They don't have guns to protect from gringos, and how would you anyway? So to keep it from corporatizing, it's like the threat of the fear to keep the snowbirds away. Super interesting to me.
Oh, interesting.
Right?
I haven't really thought about it that way before.
They are getting pretty upset about all the Americans moving down there.
Yeah, it's I know a lot of people that have moved down there, and now I'm looking at this. I'm like, dude, they've got digital ID. Like, what?
Right.
I'm not entirely sure what the pitch is for this. I mean, I've been to Mexico probably 6 times in the last 2 years, which is more than I've ever been to Mexico, different parts of Mexico, and part of it is that there are a lot of people that are moving down there. I'm like, what's the? I'm not understanding it. I mean, the U.S. is not great, but I mean, somehow these guys are even ahead of where we are on digital IDs. And
is it cheaper?
Yes, it's absolutely cheaper, but that's not the primary motivation, because a lot of the people that I know that are going down there have enough money where it's not just cost of living based. They're presenting it as being like a freedom thing. But man, after going to Acapulco and then Puerto Vallarta and then Mexico City, I'm like, I don't know. I was also in Morelia. So I was at a conference in Morelia last year, and then their mayor was, I think, beheaded by a cartel. Oh, and then Acapulco, I guess, is a huge cartel area. So Acapulco is a weird place. I guess it was really popular in the 1950s. And like it was you can tell just based on the hotels, the layout and the decor, that it peaked in the 80s, and then it's just kind of like dropped off. So it's big cartel now. Mexico City is interesting, but the air quality is rough. So I don't know. It's weird. I was also in Cancun, but I don't know anymore. I don't know why. I mean, you can move down there for the weather, but it does seem like there's definitely a security issue. If you're in Mexico City, there's a pretty high probability you might get robbed. I mean, there are cops all over the place. I mean, just everywhere, sirens nonstop in Mexico City. And even when we were in Cancun, we were at this like Hyatt resort or whatever, and they have like 4 security guards with machine guns, constantly there. So it's the place is not entirely safe. So I don't know what the appeal is.
Other than medical tourism, I hear it's really good.
It is for dental. I know.
And stem cells. All the MMA guys are going down there to get fixed up with their stem cell treatments.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe some of these people are going to change their mind. There's another friend of mine on social media that I was claiming that he has a cartel after him. I don't even know anymore. Some of this stuff is interesting. But even with Acapulco, there's that documentary on HBO called The Anarchists. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's pretty interesting to watch, because Acapulco, I guess at their peak, had like 3,000 people. And, like Jeffrey Tucker used to be the MC. Ron Paul would go there. Roger Ver was there. They'd have all kinds of acts and everything. And then this one year there was some tragic stuff with, one of the people there was murdered, and things involving cartels and everything else. And then I think they weren't allowed to have the event in resorts anymore. So they were kind of doing some other locations. But the documentary is really fascinating to see. It's, it's like a 6-part or something. And then I've met the woman whose boyfriend was murdered. I work with her. She's actually kind of runs the logistics. It's got a pretty storied past, and now it has this last year to add on to it. I don't know.
I'm writing that one down.
Yeah, I had an incredible time down there. God, who did I meet? I remember Smelly Jean Jacket Guy is what I called him, Max Egan. And
yep,
that was interesting.
He's still there.
I won't say what.
He's still there.
I'm sure. Yeah, of course. No, I've had fantastic times in Mexico. Like I said, the greatest thing is, I mean, it's the fact that it's so under the cover, because there's absolutely no gringos compared to what you would think it should be. And that's why you can get $800 fishing trips and whatever. So, like, yeah, I've driven across Michoacan. I've been to Morelia, all the places. I'd say there's 3 Tulums in Mexico: Tulum, Mazunte, and Sayulita. And those are the hot spots of, I guess you'd say, alternative thought, which would be more in line with a lot of the stuff with the Anarchapulco in terms of the spiritual stuff, not the crypto, obviously.
Yep.
So you get that crossover too. And there is a really liberating feeling from being around a lot of that down there from people that live it and can, or whatever, however they can. But
yeah. Well, anyway, it was a great event. I mean, other than that one day, but actually even after that, it was fine. I definitely.
How about the growth of Puerto Vallarta? Did you think it was just going bonkers? I thought, Jesus, is this going to be like bigger than San Diego in a few years? Like, I just thought it was nuts.
So I haven't been there. The last time I was there was like 35 years ago or something. So I don't even remember what it was like when I went there as a kid. But yeah, it is the number of resorts. I mean, it's impressive. I know it wasn't like that when I was there before. I think maybe there were like a couple of resorts there in the 90s or whenever when I was there. So it's definitely and a lot of these resorts were sold out. Like, actually trying to find a place to go down there was a bit tricky, even with the number of resorts that they have. But I wonder how it's going to be impacted by this, right? I mean, how many people are going to want to go down there now?
You're right. I should look at the prices.
Yeah, you can probably get a deal. You can probably get a good deal.
Oh, yeah, you haven't heard about that? I was watching a guy a couple days ago. He says, yes, every time there's a terrorist attack or there's a natural disaster, I book right after that because I get great rates.
Oh.
And all the tourism stuff is, I'm like the only one on the bus.
I'm going to go skiing in Dubai.
I lived in Boston during 9/11, and so I don't know how many flights I got with points, where they were doing like, giving you 4 to 1, 8 to 1 on your points. And I'd go on these flights. I remember going from like Boston to Seattle, and I was one of 3 people on the plane. Like there was a window there where it was just, it was insane. So you always got to look on the bright side of life, as they say.
Apparently the Marriott's only $201 a night now.
Wow, that's good. That's an improvement. So, and but the airport is awesome there. It was one of the best airports to get in and out of. And of course, it's like Mexico. They've got a pharmacy in the airport, so it's just like, oh, I'm going to pick up some antibiotics. I'm going to, whatever. But really easy airport to get in and out of. I hope the place doesn't get crushed. And the people that work there were so nice. The staff actually had to stay at the hotel because, there was a shelter in place order. So I guess the maids, there were like 4 women, per room or whatever. And the guys, so they really pulled through, and they really wanted to do everything they can as we were leaving to try to make the experience good. I think everybody was freaking out that, obviously they're going to lose their jobs. I mean, if tourism goes away, then these guys are screwed. But then I looked it up and I'm like, how much do these people make? And like the maids only make $400 a month. So I'm like, so like we gave big tips to all these people because we're like, oh my God, these people are like totally sacrificing throughout this whole thing, and they only make $400 a month. Like, what the hell? So,
happier than most of us are, though, I'll bet.
Yeah, the other thing is, so if you go on the East Coast, even in sometimes in Cancun, but Tampico, Veracruz, any of that shit, even in the middle of Mexico, all that's seafood comes from the Pacific, all of it. So you might as well just go there.
Yep.
Might as well just go right over there, get that garlic butter.
Sylvia says, what about the guy that got arrested in Acapulco? What guy that got arrested? Is this somebody recently, or? I don't know. Sylvia, if you're there, I'm not sure which guy that got arrested.
Max Egan didn't get arrested down there. He just got thrown out of an elevator when I was there.
Oh, really? Yeah, he was out there just filming this stuff, and I'm kind of like, I'm not going to do that. I just didn't see any ROI. And going out and film like,
jeez.
It's just a little too much excitement for me. I didn't see what I'd get out of it, but I'm glad other people were filming. It was the only accurate information we could get. I mean, the place that we were staying at, the hotel, the hotel wasn't telling us anything. When we saw the smoke, we asked them what it was, and they said they didn't respond. I actually went online to look at the news. The news didn't say anything. I only found out about it because Dan Dix was live streaming, and I was on my iPad at the cabana. So we saw this, and so my wife and I are like, I think we're going to go upstairs, because this is the point at which allegedly the cartel's saying they're, if their demands aren't met, that by 5 p.m. they're going to start murdering people in hotels. I'm like, all right, let's go to the room.
Whoa.
And so we go up to the room, and looking out of the on the balcony and everything, nobody knew what was going on. People were just on the beach. People were at the pool. Nobody had any news or any information. So if you weren't following Dan Dix on X, you had no information about what was going on. It was fascinating to see this. So the hotel policy apparently was just to not notify anybody and to tell the staff not to say anything to anybody. It was really interesting.
Or they probably just didn't. Did they know? Or you were the crazy gringo for like 12 hours, and then they're like, oh shit, there was a terrorist attack.
Maybe they didn't know. I mean, we were asking and they didn't know, or maybe they knew and they didn't want to notify people. I don't know. Maybe they genuinely didn't know. But how is there no information? I mean, how do you have something like that go on with no information? I mean, presumably they would call their friends and family because the roads were blocked off, so they had to have gotten some information. I don't know. It was pretty surreal, but I'd go back.
Did you take your kids though?
No, I didn't take my kids. And the funny thing is, my kids we went to Cancun last year, and they wanted to go to Cancun this year. And I actually said 6 months ago, I'm like, Trump's doing this whole war on drugs thing. It's probably not safe for us to go because there's going to be blowback. I literally told my kids this 6 months ago. And then, I was supposed to be back because they had a mini break, and I wasn't. I called them. I'm like, well, remember what I was saying about that cartel violence? So yeah, no, they weren't there. Fortunately.
Hey George, have you seen James Fishback on any of your social media down there in South Florida?
No, but the only social media I'm on that would be X.
I was thinking about his YouTube, so that's where I see it.
Oh, no, I just I'm sure the algorithm is all tuned in to AI and construction. That's all the stuff I follow.
Ooh, you know what? That's right. I forgot you're in construction. I don't have your phone number anymore because I don't have, excuse me, signal anymore.
All right, we'll get that fixed.
Yeah, because I got something that might be right up your alley. You might be very interested.
Well, I've been wanting to reach out to you too, because everything that's going on is south of Philadelphia, down to Atlanta, and then west to Tennessee. So, and there's a lot going on that I need to talk to you about.
Okay, yeah, definitely. But I don't know. Can you see that chat? You might still have my number. I don't know. I had you in Signal years ago, and I got off of Signal when
I'll send it to George. I don't know if you can see the.
I can see it.
Okay. Yeah.
Coming out, you know.
Yeah.
All right. So now that your podcast has gone off the rails, Aaron, not even sure how many people are still on Twitter and the rest.
This is a typical U.S. candidate, the U.S. Senate candidate podcast.
Well, at least somebody brought up dark web. So all right. So if people really want to try to stop this, they need to be following you. They need to be, sharing listening to as much of and as many of your podcasts as possible, so they can summarize this for their friends and family. And then, of course, anybody that's in New Hampshire that doesn't like where things are going yet again, they can sign up on day2026.com, and then they'll get notifications for when it's time to actually collect signatures. And if they ever wanted to participate or, contribute, then they'll get notifications that way.
Yeah, best thing is sign up at day2026.com. I'm probably not going to have time. I've got a bunch of interviews tomorrow. I'm supposed to go to the Liberty Forum. I may skip tomorrow. I'm supposed to be sponsoring, but I might go on Saturday. I'll update the website with forms, but you can just fill out the email and that'll get you in the system. And then the next phase is, collecting signatures, which we're not going to do until spring, just because it's stupid to try to collect signatures in New Hampshire in the winter. There's no ROI on that. And I'll put together a thing as well. I want to figure out how to organize these, whatever, town hall meetings, whatever you want to call them. That's going to be the big thing. And people can watch my podcast, but part of what I have to do now is come up with a good workshop. I mean, I did workshops, a year or so ago, and before some of the wallets and some of these other solutions, and it was cumbersome. But we have enough development now and enough offerings that I can make that easier. And I'm going to talk to the Goldback guys and Silver Dave at PorkFest as well, and see if maybe they want to get involved. It won't be just me. Sometimes it'll be just me doing, talks or whatever, or short workshops, but I want to do some bigger events where we pull in some other people and, maybe make a half a day out of it. For me, the important part is that people do stuff. Like, again, I put it up on the screen, ditch the dollar, right? This is the most important thing. If you don't like these wars, if you don't want to blow up kids in Iran, stop using the dollar. If you like blowing up people all over the world and you like adding debt, everything, and you want to make Howard Lutnick rich, then use Tether. But, if you don't want to do those things, don't use Tether. Don't use USD1. This was my presidential case. This is still the solution. The only way we stop this stuff is by not using their money. It's not the only thing that we have to do. We have to build parallel systems. But if you want to stop them from terrorizing the world, you have to stop using their money. And no, Cash Fridays doesn't help. And I know people get pissed off at me when I say this. They're like, well, we want to do everything that we can. If you're using cash, you're still funding this entire system. That you have small amount of private. The fact that you're tipped to your, barber or whatever, or getting your nails done is done using paper fiat is not going to stop technocracy. I'm sorry. It's just not. So start using these other currencies. The two things I'm going to hit the most are money. And then I want to try to figure out how to get a real campaign going on this medical thing. Get people to form these medical trusts and try to queue up. And by the way, the timing's perfect based on the election. What if we could get a mass amount of people around the country to cancel their insurance? Do you know how that would mess up the system? Do you know how much this healthcare system depends on participation in these completely fraudulent systems, and how just a couple percent here or there, I mean, the system's already almost completely broke. I mean, I remember it was hilarious during COVID when hospitals were looking for bailout money because they didn't have high enough utilization. Everything about the medical system is broken. All of the financial incentives are broken. And so nobody's going to fix it in Washington, D.C. No one's even trying to fix it. There isn't a single idea that's been proposed that would solve anything. But if people formed a medical trust and exited insurance, that would actually have a big impact. But that's the most important thing, I think, beyond money, is to get people, because again, how many people have jobs they absolutely hate because they think they need it for the insurance? And they don't even realize that when they actually need the insurance, they're going to get denied anyway. They're going to end up filing for bankruptcy anyway. But there are people that have spent their entire life working in a job they hate for insurance. Like, what a tragedy. And it's because people have it's never occurred to them that they could do something else. They've never even gotten to the point of exploring that whether something like medical tourism ever exists, because in their mind, they've been taught, do I have an HMO or a PPO, or do I use an HSA? That's the universe of choices that they think that they have. I think opening people up to this, people are pissed based on the last government shutdown and then the increase in premiums. People can't afford premiums anymore. And people are looking at this. They've got high deductible health plans. And they're like, why am I even paying for this? Then they're in a situation where they don't utilize healthcare because they have a high deductible plan. Like, what a stupid system, all of it. So those are the two things that I'm going to talk about the most, but certainly it can branch off from there. But if you could get people off of the healthcare system and off of fiat currency, then the technocrats don't have much leverage.
Yeah, you're got a real problem there. I mean, I deal directly with the healthcare daily, and your 55 to 65-year-olds, they can't retire because an individual plan is $1,200 to $1,800 a month. If you've got enough money to retire, that's what you're, I don't know what you're paying, Aaron.
I'm not. I have no insurance.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, I'm not like promoting these things and then not doing them.
Oh no, I get you. I mean, I run a few indemnity programs, accident, cancer, things like that, but I don't carry medical, even though I'm licensed to sell it.
Yep.
Because I can't justify, even if I had, even if my work paid for it, which I'm independent, so I couldn't justify $200 or $300 a month for something. I'm on no medications.
Yep.
Why? It just makes no sense at all to me. But so many people are in their 50s and 60s, and if they do need to go get care, and doctors won't see them unless they have insurance, and they could easily have a stroke or a catastrophic incident, and then all of a sudden they're completely bankrupt.
Well, they'd be bankrupt anyway, even if they have insurance. This is the point. This is what we have on
getting to there.
Well, no, it's already there, right? One bankruptcy every minute. 75% of those people are insured. I'm not talking about something that's going to happen in the future. This happens every minute.
Oh, no, I see it. I know it does. I also deal with a lot of people that do run up a $500,000 bill, and they only pay, the $8,000 maximum out of pocket on their thing. We are getting, especially like United Healthcare is leading the charge on denying claims right now. And they're the first to go completely AI, no human involvement in their claims process.
Yeah, there's a class action lawsuit against them, but then this is now going to Medicare and Medicaid, the same AI systems. And this is what I was saying, it's rationing. And if you actually look at Project Stargate, the thing with Oracle and Palantir and everything else, they're already starting to do like predictive modeling on your health. You're going to have your health social credit score. And they're just going to ration this stuff. This is where this is going, actually out of necessity. People talk about $39 trillion worth of debt, but it's $200 trillion worth of unfunded liabilities. And most of those are these healthcare things. So they're just going to ration it. And being in the fiat system is part of that. If you are using your credit card to buy medical services outside of your insurance plan, that information actually ends up working its way in to the system, and they end up finding out about it. And then that gets used against you to deny claims. The whole, like, just there's no working within the system. I mean, hear your point about, people that are on medication, and, there's certainly, this is why I want to look for some of these alternative, like crowd health or whatever. Maybe there's some other situations, although even in most cases, these people probably don't need that medication. Now that they're on it, they may have a hard time getting off of it, right? I mean, there are two problems with this. One is stop getting raped by the health insurance system with the medical trust and everything else. The other is get off of big food and try to get off of the stuff that you're already on. Yeah. And that's a longer thing. But I'm not saying everybody should do this. Everybody can do this. There's some people where they're on a drug that maybe they can't get through some alternative means, although there are a lot of Indian pharmacies as well. You said somebody that had a $500,000 claim. The truth of the matter is, based on how billing works, it wouldn't be $500,000 if you were using medical tourism, or even if you were paying cash within the United States. The $500,000 is a completely inflated price. So it's kind of like, oh, look how much I saved from my insurance, which marked everything up by 800%, and then only charged me 10% of that. Look at how great I am. We have all this on the OSRS site, all of the kind of the scams on the pricing and everything else. If again, people don't know about this, and I don't blame them for knowing. Where is anybody ever taught how the healthcare system works? There's nothing in school at all ever that teaches you how healthcare works. In fact, good luck even finding anything about insurance. And whatever they teach you about insurance, it's kind of like taking a class in accounting. Great. Now some advanced arithmetic on how to, balance a Ponzi scheme, but you don't know that it's a Ponzi scheme. Nobody ever taught you as a Ponzi scheme. They just taught you how to balance on top of it properly. So I don't blame people, but if we can get people to understand this is the time. People are really pissed. Just doing some of these podcasts on medical tourism, so many people have reached out to me because it takes 27 days on average, at least, and growing, just to get an appointment with a specialist. I mean, I've had this situation with people that I know personally where it's like, just to get blood work took 45 days. Just to do basic things, to get a basic appointment with a specialist, 2 months, 3 months. So people are pissed off, but they bought the propaganda. They still somehow think that America has the best healthcare in the world.
Right. I mean, that hasn't been for quite a long time. Well, it's everybody. Everything's a lie. Everything they said is a lie, and and we're in the midst. I fully believe we are already in our civil war. If at the very least in the bleeding Kansas phase of it.
Do you think we're in a civil war? What I don't know. I guess what are the dividing lines on that?
Well, when people were sitting having picnics out at Bull Run, nobody thought there was the Civil War was started. The 7 years leading up to the Civil War, the bleeding Kansas phase, where people were shooting people and there were acts of violence all around the country, just like there are now. Left versus right, major protests, things like that. It wasn't open rebellion going on at that time. That wasn't, until later. But yeah, we if you look at the first Civil War and the 7 years leading up to it, we are very much in a lot of the same way. And then you have to admit there's a color revolution going on.
So I've seen civil war within the mind of people. Even last week, a school teacher, liberal young woman, said the people are dying. They're dying of cancer. Why is everybody dying of cancer? How come I'm sick? Why is everybody sick? Oh my God, I think it was the shot. That was something that you'd never hear and never think to hear. That was last week, and that was like Okay, yeah, I get it. Maybe, oh wow, I'm ahead of the curve by 10 years or how many ever years, and then I never go and check back up with what people think now. But
Yeah, you're
like,
right.
oh wow, yeah, I forgot about that. It's like I just never did it, and then I forgot about it, and now it's like, you're right though. But that's in her mind now, and that's a civil war in itself within those people.
Totally agree. And then, you know, all of these protests are paid protests, just like we did in, you know, just like many color revolutions in other countries. I mean, they shot the woman who was shot in the car in Minnesota. She was out blocking the arrest of a drug dealer. She wasn't protesting. I mean, isn't that accessory to a crime? If the cops are arresting my next door neighbor for selling drugs and I go get in the way of them, that's not a protest.
So Aaron, I'm going to ask you this. Are petitions effective in any way? Because I was thinking, good Lord, right now with the distaste, even among MAGA, even among libertarians, even among pretty much everybody, would a protest that got, I don't know, in a day that said stop the Iran war, would that matter? Okay. In a day, AOC, you would think, if she put it out, you would think AOC alone could get 250,000 probably if it was legit. If anything was real in the world. Okay. But I looked, there's one for 5,000 for like 75, I don't know, 1,000 SIGs, but a lot of it was Coca-Cola. It was Trump, January 6th, and this and that. There's nothing that's just concise. Like
a TikTok that gets 1 million likes is going to go a lot further than a petition that got 1 million signatures.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how it's going to stop anything.
You know what actually works?
No, it'll get a little bit in the news cycle until they blow something else up.
Good point.
Phone calls to your rep.
Good point.
It only takes 10 or 15 phone calls to your local rep, and it makes a difference. Because nobody calls their rep. I call my reps. I get calls back. But that actually, if you can get 5 or 10 or 15 people to call your local rep in your district, whether it's state, or your senator, or that will have an influence on how they vote and how they conduct themselves. And I've seen it happen. But it takes people actually getting off. I mean, how many of you guys have called your rep?
I've talked to my reps. I've had my rep call me.
You too, Aaron. You're politically motivated.
I haven't called any of my reps except the ones I know personally in Florida.
Yeah.
That's a great point that both of you are making. So if somebody took the time and energy and created a call campaign for any one of these issues that we're talking about, then, and then shared it on social media that I called so-and-so and told them this, then maybe that could get some traction.
Well, like, George, I wrote up two bills for Florida. One's precious metals backed private depositories, and the second one is a digital currency backed by those precious metals and depositories. And yeah, I've called Corey Simon and sent it up to him and my my state reps and stuff. But if we had 3 or 4 people from every district doing that in the state, then we would get some traction on it. It takes, not just, obviously one rep is not going to make a big thing, but we should be writing these bills. Why are we letting corporations write our bills? They're simple to write. So,
again, I don't think the system can be fixed at all, and it's just even you take the Clarity Act and the Genius Act, which I put on day2026.com. We're talking about like $200 million worth of lobbying money from the crypto industry and the banking industry. There are 200 people in the revolving door that used to be regulators that are now being paid. Some of these people get paid $2,000 an hour. So that's who's writing the bills, and that's who's buying off these politicians. So when I say the Clarity Act sucks for people, the reason that it sucks for the people is there isn't anybody even at the table writing any of this stuff. There's no former SEC employee that benefits from protecting our privacy. Literally, there's no one at the table that
it's like it might be just rabbis. Is it just rabbis? And they're
probably. I mean, it's actually insane. We've named the people that, at least to the extent that we can find them, that are, because then you have these trade organizations, then there's the Digital Chamber of Commerce, and then there's this thing. And by the way, it's all fake. So the crypto publications are owned by crypto firms. The articles are not journalism. They're 100% pro the legislation. There's not a single article in some of the major crypto journals that even brings up surveillance. Then the traffic they're all bots. And then the comments that you see, and the people that are sharing these posts, then you dig into it. It's like, this guy's a lobbyist. This guy works for the trade association. So there's no organic interest in this. And then they buy social proof. Well, how in the hell do you compete with that? Right? Because this stuff is complicated. I mean, it takes a long time to explain what this stuff is and why it matters. And frankly, people are too busy, one Ponzi at a time, trying to figure out how to pay rent. Right? I mean, how are you going to get their focused attention to wade through all this shit? This is why, but then the worst part of it all is that the people that are ultimately benefiting from this are people in the administration themselves. It's like the fact that this Genius Act, the biggest beneficiary is Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump and the Trump family. Like, these guys are do you think they're going to end the war because people aren't happy about it? They're already monetizing this. They're already figuring out how to tokenize national assets. Howard Lutnick is going to get a cut of everything that's bought and sold. Anytime you buy something, he gets a cut. Howard Lutnick is the mark of the beast. How about that? And his little mask. I mean, that guy truly.
What's his current street address? This way I can get into a prediction market on the next false flag.
Prediction market.
Well, no, that's Silverstein. If you want to know where the safest place in the world is, it's wherever Howard Lutnick is during a terrorist attack. I think I wrote, I'm like, I know that the Super Bowl's safe if Howard Lutnick is there. But I mean, seriously, there's no incentive. These people, this is the whole history of money and bankers' wars and everything else. These people don't care if people die. They literally are perfectly fine. They're pissed off that there isn't a war. And they don't even care which side wins.
Listen to the big dogs on, so like Tether, the Joseph Shalom, or this Joseph Lubin guy, or some of these really big wigs on the ether and all that stuff. I mean, it's bizarre. I mean, and they're light years away. They're like competing light years with each other on things that are hypothetical ether scams against even each other, I'm convinced. Imagine explaining, well, I was an Aster. God, it went up 140%, whatever, in 6 months. And you're like, what's that? And it's perpetual futures it's perp market in the cryptos. And you're like, Jesus, what? I mean, really? Like 1000x. Yeah, 1000x leverage. What the fuck? So this is real. I mean, and yeah, there's entire podcasts of these dudes, and they're like, yeah, we get a little gold, we get a little treasuries, we're going to be fine. It's like, this is the future.
I mean, and again, I don't think anybody's thought this through. It's even like the idea. So the idea is that you're going to buy a whole bunch of Bitcoin. The entire economy is going to collapse, but because you have one Bitcoin, you're going to be at the top of the citadel in like a palace with, generational wealth, and you're going to be the new, king. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, if you thought about what the rest of the world is going to be like, how does this play out? Has anybody thought like 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps forward about how this even sounds? It's ridiculous. You would see all these like memes about, the Rockefellers, and you see there was one that was animated that, here's the power structure, and it's like Moloch at the top or whatever, and it's just, the whole Rothschilds and everything else, and it's just like, that looks like the Bitcoin Citadel meme. It's exactly the same. They're trying to replicate the process. They're just jealous that they're not at the top of the pyramid, but they still want the pyramid structure, and they think that if they just hold on to an asset and convince everybody else to buy it, that the world is going to magically become a better place. I will say one thing about this. Even at least Rockefeller invested in stuff. These people don't even build businesses or do anything. Like, I remember people used to talk about, Rockefeller did all this bad stuff, which of course he did. And, these Bitcoiners are going to do different things. We're going to invest in all of these life-changing technologies. Where's that? The cheapest people in the world are Bitcoin maxis. Literally. We have a whole bunch of them here in New Hampshire that are sitting on tens, if not hundreds of millions of Bitcoin, and they don't invest it in anything. They don't invest in any of these projects. They don't invest in anything. They just literally sit on it. Like, what an absolute scam. Like, somehow this community has drawn people to it that are worse than the Rockefellers. It's just, whatever. I don't know how to fix it, but hopefully some people will try to get it. So many people are pissed off at me. Now people want to debate me about I said somebody come on Free Talk Live. It's like, you're a liar saying that Epstein, you and Roger Ver are liars. It's like the guy didn't even read the article. I didn't watch any of the stuff. And
Steve Patterson handled Dixon very well. I think that the one thing that stuck out to me was when he was like, Brock Pierce went on to name Craig Wright also as Satoshi, even after Bitcoin Civil War, even after BCH, to prove then. So the fascinating thing to me still, like, even in Iran and everything, game theory. Okay. But apply the game theory now to this, and you can see the split there. So if it was ever a civil war, then you have divide it by half. No, divide it again. Or, you know what I mean? Not sure your thoughts, but just like Brock Pierce, Craig Wright thing. I don't know. And it might have been just, who knows? It's Coca-Cola too from.
I've been spending a lot of time on Brock Pierce. And, the thing is, in these conferences in Mexico, I'm out there calling him out. And Brock Pierce has spoken at all of these conferences. So, I mean, at some point, I'm kind of like, is somebody... No one has defended this guy. I have been talking about Brock Pierce publicly for a year, and I have people that worked on Tether. I have people reaching out to me. I have so many. I'm not going to say what the stories are because it would be defamatory, until I can actually get the direct. Well, I mean, these people claim to be direct parties of this, but I mean, that guy's story gets worse and worse and worse by the day. But this guy went around, and the Craig Wright angle, so I'm going to come back to you about the Craig Wright thing in a second. But it's like, Brock Pierce, all right, so he's an early investor in Circle. He's a co-founder of Tether, and then he represents himself as being the head of Bitcoin, which, of course, Bitcoin, it doesn't have a head, but he took his Bitcoin Foundation position and was the guy who pushed El Salvador and Bukele to adopt Bitcoin. And then he did the thing in Puerto Rico. I was thinking to myself, if you wanted to put a face on crypto to just destroy and make it completely look illegitimate, Brock Pierce would be the guy that you would put on it. Having that guy as the face of crypto is like, I mean, it's absurd, right? But yet this guy is still out in front on this stuff. Now, so I talked to somebody 3 weeks ago. I'm in Mexico, and he was telling me how he's working on this project. I'm not going to say any more specifics, but a project that no one knows about, and he hasn't spoken to anybody about it. And he was told by a friend of his that Brock Pierce was at Mar-a-Lago saying out loud that this guy invited Brock Pierce to invest in the project and named what the project was at Mar-a-Lago. This guy's never talked to anybody. And now he's kind of like, how in the hell did this guy know what I was working on? One. And two, why is he lying about me having, so it's just weirder and weirder. But then there's one thing back to Craig Wright. So do you remember, so Craig Wright's story is that part of the founding of Bitcoin, he was working with this guy, Dave Kleiman.
Yeah.
and that Dave Kleiman was involved with the white paper and some of the coding and whatever. And Dave Kleiman died of a drug overdose, destitute, weird story, whatever it happens to be. Well, somebody sends me something. So it turns out Dave Kleiman is in the Epstein files. And this is just bizarre as hell. He's in the Epstein files because he's a forensic specialist. He does hard drive recovery and all of this other stuff. And somehow he ended up with backup copies of all of the evidence that was used against Epstein in the thing that he was convicted of back in 2009. So there's an email here that basically says Dave Kleiman has all of the evidence against Epstein on hard drives in his possession.
Holy shit.
And so I've been meaning to follow up on that, but then look at what is the date on that versus the date that he died. And, obviously I think Craig Wright is full of shit, but it would be a really interesting idea if somehow if Craig Wright wasn't lying and then all of a sudden Dave Kleiman's hard drives ended up in the possession of Epstein or somebody. I don't know. That's a weird arc. But to see Dave Kleiman, because Dave Kleiman was from Florida, right? This is where Epstein was, where he was charged and everything else. I'm like, yeah, that is the Dave Kleiman. I'm like, what are the odds of that? That is just like right at the time that Bitcoin is launching. Dave Kleiman, who otherwise nobody else has ever heard of, is right in the middle of the Epstein files. And I haven't bothered to look to see. I haven't looked to see if Craig Wright has said anything about it, but that was mind blowing. And by the way, there are other emails here from like 2009 where Epstein is talking about meeting with some of the PayPal guys who are interested in creating an alternative currency separate from PayPal. Like there's a lot more to go through on the Epstein files. Like I did a whole bunch of work and then I actually lost access to my computer when I was in Mexico. So I've actually lost 2 weeks.
Sure.
But like there's so much there that is just, like how did this happen and no one knew about it? Like I wrote an article about Epstein's involvement and, I surmised that he was involved with funding Bitcoin and funding CBDCs through MIT because of the Joy Ito thing and because the only time he ever talked publicly about Bitcoin was in 2017 in this NexaWeb article. And the article was about, him saying that Bitcoin is not a currency, it's a store of value, this long article. And then I see in the email that, there's the back and forth. That was he literally wrote the article and I'm like, wow, no one knew any of this. Like, how is this? How is he that involved going back to 2009 with Brock Pierce in 2011 in all these deals and nobody knew about it?
So I find it hard to believe that there's no connections between. You never hear anything about pornos and that. So there's mainstream, there's presidents, there's this, and then there's the deep underworld of the whatever. But all the whole other stuff. And I'm convinced, actually, a lot of people, I don't know, a lot of your MAGA types, they're not even mad about any of the infractions. They're mad that they weren't invited. Like they literally have the cuck fantasy where they're just like, they're just massaging, Yeah. You get that excuse, right?
Yep. Oh yeah, no. I mean, there's a whole bunch of that. You could if Trump is involved in it. Oh, of course he was, having Russian prostitutes piss on him because why wouldn't he? Because he's Donald Trump, right? Like the amount of like mental gymnastics that goes on here. But then at the same time, he's going to be the guy that, arrests all the pedophiles and we're going to have 10 days of darkness and we're going to have military tribunals. None of it makes any sense. It's all completely incoherent. By the way, the other thing that has to be tracked down, and I'm saying that this is an opinion so that nobody sues me on this, but
sure.
Brock Pierce is completely connected to Steve Bannon. So after Brock Pierce's first company, Digital Entertainment Network, he had to flee to Spain with the two co-founders, and there were charges and accusations of sex trafficking and boys and all this other stuff and blah, blah, blah. Then he ends up the CEO of a company that sells digital gold in World of Warcraft. Like literally, this is a company that was created a marketplace for this that was very successful. They were doing like $100 million or something in revenue. So Steve Bannon comes in and at the time was working with Goldman Sachs and I believe led an investment into this company of $60 million or something like this. And then Steve Bannon ends up becoming the CEO of this company. now this gets really weird because then you have Gamergate and everything else. And I am convinced that in some way, shape, or form that that Brock Pierce, Epstein, and Steve Bannon have something to do with Q. Some involvement in it. And I want to track that down because obviously when you see Bannon's other behavior in this, his populism thing is completely fake. Steve Bannon's entire persona of fighting for all of it is fake. He's a Goldman Sachs guy. His story gets even weird. He was involved in some biodome thing. Dude, his background, this guy is... this guy's incredibly bad news. And I keep on saying, why aren't people boycotting this? And I'm also saying to people, just like, stop working with Brock Pierce. Brock Pierce is trying to infiltrate Maha. Like, can we just, we're going to keep losing if we keep working with
Bannon's on every day on Amazon Prime and boomers will watch it. You can go, the tire guy, I got tires the other day and he's like, hold on a second. And he's like, turned it on. I was like, holy shit, really? He's just like, yeah. Turns around and I'm like, wow, okay, so you're going to put that on in your business, whatever. But seriously, yeah, so that's...
All those people need to watch the Corbett report. And Aaron, you were recently on there and you spoke a lot of the things you've touched on in the past 15 minutes. You spoke a little bit more at length on that recent Corbett report you're on.
Well, yeah, I've got a Brownstone article on that. And this is why I'm talking to Brett Weinstein tomorrow and others. I've got more. Look, I've said this before. I think this is the kind of thing that could get to Tucker Carlson. I think we are finally at that point. I said that a couple of episodes ago, and I asked for everybody's help. And there are a lot of people kind of pushing this, and I think we're headed that way because that article that I wrote that ties the hijacking of Bitcoin to CBDCs, to Stablecoins, to the Genius Act and the Clarity Act. And it's like, yeah, this is how all of the pieces fit together. And there's no mystery behind it, but it's happening right in front of our eyes. This is why I think I'm going to do a book, The Creature from Epstein's Island. And I think the book is going to be like part Creature from Jekyll Island and part Big Short. Not like one of my long articles with a whole bunch of, technical descriptions of tokens and everything else, but make it like a exciting thriller, easy to read thing, but where you come up, but factual based on what we can actually reconstruct from this. But then I thought about it. It's like, well, I don't want to like write a book. Like I would like to stop, like rather than have the Big Short 2 happen, I'd like to, can we stop it from happening? Because we're observing this happen in real time. We're watching them tokenize our money and add surveillance to it, where Howard Lutnick gets a cut on all of it. We're watching them tokenize assets. They're literally creating a technocracy in Gaza and using stable coins that they own. This is happening while we're having this podcast. And so we can still stop it. Like, I don't want to like write a bestseller when we're in the digital gulag. And it's like, oh, hey, here's a great book that you can read in your pod. Right. But I mean, at this point, this stuff is happening in real time. And Tether was like, I think one of the first, if not the first official like Genius Act sanctioned stable coins. And the commercial that they put out looks like a military, a join the army commercial. It's just pure propaganda, flags, American, like it's just the fact that they took something, and I'm not going to state what I've heard from others that apparently worked on Tether and what its original intent was, but they took something that was not backed, printed digital tokens out of thin air that wasn't even backed by fiat, which is printed out of thin air, and then used that to pump Bitcoin, and then managed to turn that into a government regulated stablecoin backed by the U.S. Commerce Secretary is peak corruption.
Right. So I found it funny. There was a conversation. So there was this whole thing about like, Jack Cruz, and he shocks people. And no, I never heard this before, but it was interesting. So he talked about, what did he talk about that was fascinating to you? It was Meyer Lansky, right?
Yeah.
But he never made the connection about Trump. So Trump's entrance into hotels, was it not in 1987 with Resort International? That was Meyer goddamn Lansky. That was literally the Atlantic City branch of basically Murder Inc. And so
Yeah.
And so I have not heard a lot of people make that connection.
Have you checked out Whitney Webb's 2 books that explains all this, going all the way back to the early days? If not, you should check it out.
I've got it. It's also on Technocracy Atlas if you want to look. Well, search for it there and kind of tie all this stuff together. I've seen those ties. I mean, this is the thing. And again, like Ray Cohn. I mean, this guy. I mean, if you look at who Trump's mentor is, how do people think that this guy is the trust the plan, save America guy? This guy's like an organized crime guy. He's like it's the amount of propaganda that has gone into propping up Trump is next level. Like but you know, Jack Cruz, by the way, I will say he's called me retard 3 times and then blocked me after stealing some of my content and then repurposing it for a different story because he does not like my characterization of Bitcoin. And so then I actually started looking into him. I think he's bullshit. I like his stuff on medicine, but on red light. But you know, the thing is, you know, he's now claiming he was involved in Bitcoin since 2010, but actually he only started talking about it in 2020. And like the whole story seems fake. And the thing about Meyer Lansky, and I didn't start out with the standpoint of, I don't like this guy. I knew he was a Bitcoin maxi, but I still followed him and still, you know, researched but then when I called him out, I actually asked him, I said, look, I did a podcast trying to deconstruct your Lansky thing. And I can't, it's a great story, but you can't get there from there. It's like, you've got 75% information that seems to make some sense, but the real spicy part of your conclusion, you have absolutely no evidence for. And so I'm like, so I said, Jack, so how do we know that Lansky was involved in this? Oh, we'll contact his lawyer. Okay. All right. So that's great. And maybe I should. I've been meaning to do that, but my guess is his lawyer's probably dead. But at the same time, he's made some assumptions. But even though I break down what his assumptions are that whatever the thing was before Bitcoin that David Chaum created, that Nicholas Negroponte, who by the way was the chair of the MIT thing, he was Joy Ito before Joy Ito, and he was the chair of the cryptocurrency that David Chaum was behind. And you know, in his claim, and it failed because it lack of adoption. But his argument is that project was funded by Lansky and then also had influence by the CIA. And so his theory is that this guy Len Sassaman created Bitcoin as a way to solve some of the problems with what was it, eCash, whatever it was, and that he solved the key problems in a way where the CIA and organized crime couldn't be involved. And so this is his big pitch about why Bitcoin is so great. And my point is, even if all of that is true, that doesn't mean that Sassaman actually solved all of the problems and that it actually works. So even if his argument turns out to be true, it doesn't change the fact that it's trackable. And it doesn't change the fact that it's not a usable alternative. So he's selling people a story that he can't prove, but that even if his story is true, it's irrelevant. And he doesn't like to be called out on that at all because he's got a whole bunch of people buying the Uncle Jack shit. And I feel like, you know, there's a scam here somewhere. And by the way, the guy came out of nowhere. And now all of a sudden he starts talking about this stuff. Came out of nowhere talking about red light.
Turtle on a fence post.
And then all of a sudden he's the Bitcoin guy. Infiltrate. So I don't know. Maybe he's a Fed. Maybe he's into infiltrate the whole thing. But he will not engage. Like he'll because my articles and stuff started to go around, and his only response is that I'm a retard. Like he will not engage in any of the kind. He won't say what's wrong with the article, right, or what's wrong with the theory. But you know, the funny thing is Whitney Webb and the guy that she works with, who follows me, you know, they don't like Roger Ver, so they call people Veertards. And their whole thing is, well, Bitcoin wasn't hijacked. It was the PayPal mafia that was behind it to begin with, and it was always not what we thought it was. But then the conclusion is, but it's the best we've got, so we should stick with it anyway. What the hell is that? Like, I don't understand that. In Simon Dixon, I've heard his stuff, and the best conclusion that he has is, well, it's the only thing where I can move a large amount of value if in a hurry. This is now what his cope is about why Bitcoin. That's not what we need. Like,
right.
He wants to debate me as if I'm not sitting here as a proxy for people's misunderstanding of what Roger Vere's position was 9 years ago.
It also goes out. It also goes out the window when you have fucking 100, 200,000 subscribers on fucking YouTube, and you're like, oh, you tell everybody you have hundreds, thousands of Bitcoins, right? And so, where are you gonna move? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's bizarre. I guess, yeah, man. The only other thing I wanted to get your information. So I don't know if you heard this yet. One thing fascinating related also to technocracy in the Middle East. Kevork Almasian, the Syria guy, came out and said he sees a huge he sees a huge connection between what he thinks probably happened with a lot of offings in Lebanon that coincided with after there was a vaccine mandate ID. There was an ID vaccine mandate in Lebanon, and basically it's very interesting place because you have people that are sick of it all. They just want to do a deal. There's other people that are hardcore. There's, you have it all there, which is interesting for us to think about in the West. We just never do. But we had only just assumed that this would be, obviously tracking in your phones, which is the Black Monolith in 2001 Space Odyssey, baby. And we thought, what is the worst that could happen? And now we're starting to see evidence that possibly stuff like that, government apps track you and using it for targeting. And it's also confirmed, just even openly, maybe by Alex Karp or whoever, right? So.
Well, yeah. And what was this thing that Israel came out or Netanyahu came out and said, thank Israel for every cell phone or something, or Israel is in every cell phone. And I'm like, I read it. I'm like, is that a threat? Like what? Like it was really weird the way.
I would take it as a threat. I wouldn't take it as thanks. I'm going to get a birthday thing where, when people say happy birthday and it's Netanyahu. It's me. Right.
I don't know, man. The hardware is problematic, and now people are talking about having to register hardware and everything else. And I have talked to other people who said, yeah, they can do everything. They can track everything inside, these chips, and there's all this other stuff. It's probably true. I mean, and that is the tough thing is it's like, all right, well, I've got a de-Googled phone. Does that actually matter? And then at some point it's like, I'm still back to, if enough people ditch the dollar, we can stop this. If we have a whole bunch of impediments, like if I have to do 20 extra steps just to, write a document or send a message or whatever, then I'm incapacitating myself. And then that actually that hindrance is not worth it. Right. Because a big part of what we have to do is speed. This is why, I'm on this platform and everything else. I'm kind of like, I'm big into privacy, but to be honest, it's not everything that I do is public. It's not like I have like super secret stuff going on that no one knows about. I'm trying to get the stuff out. So I'm not going to be like, oh, I've got 100 levels of security here because, all this information is public. But yeah, I think we're in, I don't know. We're in a really interesting spot. I happen to think also, we didn't talk about this, but the big black swan in all of this could be DeepSeek 4. Because the only thing propping up the US economy right now. We would be in a depression right now if it wasn't for AI. And if DeepSeek delivers on what the white paper claims and what we've heard, we're talking about it will be the new standard model. It will be the new kind of, it'll be better than Claude 4.6. It'll be better than all of it, and about 90% less expensive and open source where you can adjust the weights. Do you know what that will do to, and they're not going to release it initially on NVIDIA. Do you know what that's going to do to the entire tech sector? I mean, you already have, like, right now, Oracle is having a hard time paying the debt that they have on all of the investments that they've made in AI. I saw that across my screen today as well. And now it's like, open AI and everything. It's now all about raising money. If all of a sudden, they can't raise more money, they're no.
There's Ponzi scheme. You're telling me there's Ponzi schemes out there in the tech sector? Yeah.
Well, I mean, but I'm saying that they're Ponzi. I'm not. Listen, I don't want to separate out the concept. I don't think AI.
Right.
But here's the thing: if this open source model is the frontier model, better than everything that we have that's closed source, and it's 90% cheaper, I'm saying even if this stuff wasn't a Ponzi scheme, that will be a bigger shock to our economy than what's going on in Iran. And it's supposed to launch. It was supposed to launch as early as yesterday, but I mean, I keep on waiting, and Mike Adams and I are like back and forth. I can't wait until this thing comes out. And look, maybe it's bullshit. Maybe it turns out that it's not real. But if it is real, I think it is a bigger threat. I don't even want to call it a threat, because there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's actually cool that the thing happens, but I think it's going to have a bigger impact on the economy than even what's going on in Iran.
Are you running it on cloud or running it on your own? I know you had your own.
I've played around with different models. I believe that initially I will have to run it in the cloud because it won't work on my hardware, and I don't know what all the requirements are based on the size of the model. I know there's this new Quen model that Mike Adams told me about, that he might actually he might use this new Quen model and redo the whole Enoch thing using this model, and they have a version of it that actually can run on a cell phone. So that's Quen. I don't know what the requirements are going to be for DeepSeek 4, but I mean, think about it, when I look at what's going on, like at the end of last year, every week was like, oh my God, I've got a new image model to play with. I've got a new video model to play with. Here's a new OCR model. And then this year it's been, okay, there's a new Claude model, and there've been a few other things. But like what happened to Grok, right? Like Grok they did the whole data center thing, and they were supposed to launch Grok 5 at the beginning of the year, and it's supposed to be AGI. I got to tell you, Grok sucks.
Yeah.
Like, as much hype as there is around Elon, and a lot of people think it's great, it's actually it's a really shitty AI. And so what's going on with that, right? So I'm literally waiting for this, and I think it could be a game changer. But I'm also like, all right, let's get these open source models with open weights that can be self-custody. And if enough of us get those on our own devices, that actually gives us some protection here. Because look at what the government is already doing, right? Look what the Department of War is already trying to do with Anthropic. They're already, I did a Technocracy roundtable a couple days ago with Patrick Wood and Courtney and everything, and the topic was free speech. And so I'm like digging into this. It's like, okay, the Biden administration actually met with the big tech AI companies and like forced them to make their AIs woke. Like, that actually happened. And so so the US, and so the interesting thing is, you're like, all right, well, it's China. So how is their thing? It's China. Why is their stuff open source? Like, why is how is their stuff? So obviously, if you're looking for stuff on Tiananmen Square using DeepSeek, you're not going to get that. So I guess the model here is use China stuff to get information about America, and I guess maybe use American stuff to get information about China. But even still, it's open source and open weight, so you can take the DeepSeek model and you can apply it to your own data. So in other words, you could have your own data about Tiananmen Square, as I understand it, and you could use DeepSeek to query that data and interact with that data. So
right,
the fact that this is why, I mean, I keep on trying to make this point. Like, people think that we're the freest country and we have the freest speech. I'm saying, man, we're not even as good as China at this point.
So it depends on consensus. Okay. So you can read, so you could read one book about World War II, but you could read 20 lies in 20 books that were all the same lie about, or something, right? It doesn't matter what it is. And, I read 20 books. I read the 20 books. Yeah, well, they were all a circular jack, whatever.
Yeah.
So, and then, so how does, what's interesting to me, DeepSeek, ChatGPT, how does it handle like consensus? How does it handle logic versus straight up consensus? Like, well, no, this has to be. And then, or the new one, what is it, Gemini, where everything, I felt like you can't even make that thing pissed off at you. It's like, yeah, good suggestion. I was wrong again. Like, everything is just like, thank you, sir. I was wrong again. Here's actually something that suits you. And it's actually what I said the first time, just in a different way.
Yep. So the question there is, what are the guardrails and how does that work? I don't have an answer for, I don't know how the guardrails work on DeepSeek. Obviously, Anthropic they've got their constitution that they've come up with. And so they've got their set of guardrails. And the guardrails are really problematic. I was talking to Ernie Hancock about that, and he was actually, getting deep into Grok, and he's kind of like, and finally, after having a long interactive session with Grok, he finally asked it, well, how much more expensive is it? How much more does it cost to lie? I mean, in other words, he was kind of getting at the fact that it costs energy to implement these guardrails. And I think he got back some answer like 20 to 30%. So 20 to 30% of the energy
you're right,
that is being spent in these data centers is effectively lying through guardrails. Now that's amazing. Like, I want to try to figure out how to quantify that and put that into a how much energy is being wasted.
Bullshit tokens.
Yeah, lying and censoring information. So I don't know the answer. I don't know how the guardrails work, but if you can adjust the weights of the model, and it's an open source model, then I'm not sure what all that means if you're then connecting that to your own data. So, because I use some of these Chinese models for the various chatbots that I have, because the chatbots, they're only accessing my data. So there are no guardrails. Like, because it's instructed to only access this data set, it never comes back with, I can't answer that, because it's just using my data. It's pretty interesting to see.
Okay.
To see how that works. But again, maybe the whole thing was overhyped, but I mean, but based on the white paper and the way that they're explaining it works with a mixture of experts in the way that the whole process works, it's a fundamentally different way to work. And so the whole US approach has been, we're just going to use brute force, and we're going to throw more compute at it. And so China's like, no, we're going to actually be intelligent about this and innovate. And then this is part of like the consequence of the tariffs and not allowing the export of NVIDIA stuff. So then the response is they make their stuff more effective, and then they don't launch it on NVIDIA first. Like, it's just a perfect example of how completely idiotic. And, this is one of these examples with Trump where it's like, I get the sense that like he has the wrong, like he has a 1980s perspective on where China is. Like he really believes that this is going to work. Like, he really doesn't understand that China is light years ahead of us in all of these categories. And he thinks he's going to be able to brute force this with a tariff. And he doesn't even realize he's just shot himself in the foot. I don't know.
No, I see it. Yeah. I see exactly what you're saying.
All right. Well, this has been a pretty long one.
It's getting late, Aaron.
Getting near 5 hours.
Yeah, man. It's good to see you again. Yeah, I'm going to head out. God, I don't know what I got coming up. I'm going to do, I'm going to do a solar greenhouse. I got to do a documentary on it. I have, so solar cells in between. It's it's 60% light that comes through, but part of it'll be grid tied and then battery later. And yeah, that's what I got going on this spring. I'll do a little doc on that and maybe keep you guys posted on it. It'll be pretty cool. But
yeah, maybe we'll play the doc. It sounds awesome. So this spring.
Yeah, and God, I might need a soundtrack for it, Aaron. I don't know. I've been listening to your stuff. I'm pretty hooked. I don't know. I used to give you shit about it, and now I'm like, man, those are getting good.
Yeah, they're getting better. We've got a new music. I played the we did voting for the theme song for Own Nothing. .org, and so the song won, and let's see, what was this? Turning the Page, and so I created a music video for it. Today I'll play that on the way out, and then the campaign song as well. Yeah, let me know. Maybe I can make make a song for that as well, because the videos, it's not perfect yet, but I'll tell you, 2 or 3 more iterations, and it's going to be pretty slick.
Cool. Yeah, good to talk.
Good to talk. All right, thanks. We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Woke up this morning, phone already in my hand, scrolling through the feed before my feet hit the land. Sign away my data, never read a single word, gave them all my hours, every word. But something stirring in the cities and the town, sleepers are awakening, the program's breaking down. We're taking back our time, we're taking back our minds, we're building something new while their system falls behind. They said we know nothing and learn to love the cage, but we're writing different chapters on a sovereign page. Money isn't money, it's a chain around our wrists. Programmable permission slips they give us to exist. But parallel economies are rising from the ground. When the old world starts to crumble, that's when we'll be found. The architects of capture never saw us coming through. A million little exits, and we're building something new. We're taking back our time, we're taking back our minds, we're building something new while their system falls behind. They said we own nothing and learn to love the cage, but we're writing different chapters on a sovereign page. They own the screens but not our eyes, they own the feed but not the skies. They build a world of ones and zeros, but we're flesh and blood and sovereign heroes. We're taking back our time, we're taking back our minds, we're building something new while their system falls behind. They said we don't nothing and learn to love the cage, but every line they wrote, we're turning the page. Turning the page. Turning the page. Sovereign page. The sovereign page. Oh, yeah. Live free or die, but death's not the worst. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and pills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bill. Quiet desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. They hand you a ballot like it means something real. Two wings of one bird, same deal, same steel. We say no